The headlines for the first place Nationals. But this story in Colorado, all offense. 19 extra base hits the last 2 nights, leading to 23 runs in a couple of laughers. Edwin Jackson looks for some run on getaway day in Denver. A couple of days ago, it was looking like a very difficult road trip for the Nats. 2 offensive explosions have totally changed the mindset of this ball club. 13 games over 500 and taking on a Rockies team struggling big time at home. Bob and FP, welcome to Coors Field. All right, so we're talking about one of the best road teams in baseball right now. What makes the Nats so successful away from Nationals Park?
Well, I think pitching travels. There's no doubt about it. Whenever you have a good staff, what do you do, number one? You take offense out of the ball game, and that, in essence, takes the crowd out of the baseball game. So when you have a good pitching staff, you're on the road. As we've seen this year, the Nats have taken the visiting crowd out of it. So they pitch well on the road, and I think that's why they've been so successful.
One of the big reasons they finished last season so strong, they've carried it over now. So if hitting is contagious, rookies are catching that disease, and we like it right now.
Yeah, Tyler Moore has been fantastic. We've been watching what he's done, especially here in Coors Field. The swing has been great, and when you talk to him about his hitting approach, he keeps it very simple. It's basically see ball, hit ball. He's one of the only Nationals hitters that doesn't look at video, doesn't look at opposing pitchers. We've seen him on defense at first base. He's been great over there, so just doing everything to stay in the lineup every single day. So Tyler Moore, see ball, hit ball far.
Watch ball land, home run ball. Now, you can talk about Moore, Desmond, Michael Moore suddenly resurgent, but I think this team really rallies around Ryan Zimmerman, and it's almost as if as soon as he got some of that pain out of his shoulder, there go the bats.
Yeah, and there's something to be said about a guy who plays through pain, and I think Ryan Zimmerman has done just that. Very admirable, very noble, and all of a sudden the swing is back. We talked about the first day here. The BP was great, and so have the games.
6 for 13, 2 homers, 5 RBIs in this series, including his 1,000th hit. And over the last 4 games, the Z-Man, 8 for 17. As he goes, so go the Nats. Brought to you by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. And by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. Coors Field, the hitter's haven, but the Nats have been able to contain the Rockies here so far. You're never going to come in here and pitch shutouts or one-run games on a regular basis, but pitching well enough to win. Handy leads the last couple of nights, so maybe Edwin Jackson gets some of those runs. FP, he was brilliant in a bandbox in Baltimore on Saturday night.
And you know why he was brilliant? Is because he pitched. I don't think he had his best stuff, but he mixed it up nice. His fastball was in the upper 80s to low 90s. He had the reach back 96 when he needed it. But the fastball, slider, changeup command and the way he mixed pitches in Camden Yards was maybe his best pitching performance all year.
So look at this. Over his last 7 starts, pitching deep enough into games to get 6 decisions with a great ERA and opponents not doing a whole lot against him. So here we are, Game 4. Ian Desmond, red hot this series. Bryce Harper's got the big eye black going today. And the Nats have a chance to make it 3 out of 4 and a 4-3 road trip as they head to Atlanta tonight. Nats have had upwards of 40-plus hits, 43 of them in this 3-game series. 23 runs on 35 hits the last 2 games, and hopefully the bats are ringing again today. Visit Train.com for an independent Train comfort specialist dealer near you. It's hard to stop a Train. 92 degrees, very low humidity, and it is right now not only partly, but it's become mostly cloudy here, and that'll give us a little relief here in Denver. It has been rough here. See your authorized Dodge dealer. Experience a world of performance, design, and fuel efficiency. Schedule a test drive or go to Dodge.com. Check out the powerful lineup, which today features Michael Morse. Nats had to wait a while for him to see if he felt good enough to start a day game after a night game. And you know he wants to be in there because he's 7 for 13 in this series with 2 RBIs. Well, part of this Rockies pitching scenario is left-hander Josh OUTMAN, career record of 8-11. Some time with Oakland, Tommy John surgery 3 years ago. And here he is in the Rockies rotation. He got rocked in Texas over the weekend.
Yeah, he's 0-3 with an 8.64 ERA. Last time out Saturday at Texas, he received 11 runs of support, yet received a no decision. Gave up 5 runs on 8 hits in just 4 2/3 innings. Struck out 3 and walked 1 through 92 pitches. So fastball in the low to mid 90s. He's got a good heater. He's a short arm guy. He throws a hard slider in the low 80s. Got a curveball and change to go with it. Let's set the defense today for the Rockies behind OUTMAN. Gonzalez, Fowler, and Colvin in the outfield. Herrera, Nelson on the left side. SCUTARO, Helton on the right side. And Will Nieves doing the catching.
Rockies at home just 17-22. And the Nats 7 games over 500 on the road and 13 overall. Here's Mark Carlson, 13-year veteran, who has the plate. Crew chief Angel Hernandez, Chris Conroy, Ed Hickox on the bases. The middle of the lineup has come alive. 15 hits in the last 2 games. Look at the power. Look at the RBIs. Marco Scutaro back in the lineup, hit by Steven Strasburg in the helmet here 3 games ago. Good to see that he's okay. And suddenly Ryan Zimmerman, starting with that 2 for 4 in Baltimore on Sunday, is 8 for his last 17.
The middle of the order owes the rally napkin a tip. That's when it all started. 3rd inning of the 2nd game here at Coors Field, and they've been raking ever since.
Well, you got to give Danny Espinosa a little bit of credit for letting that napkin wrap itself around his leg, and he never shook it off till he saw it blow off, and he headed to second base. So as the Nats have faced a steady diet of left-handers in this series, Danny leads off again. First pitch right on time at 3:10 in Washington. Danny Espinosa takes it outside. He's 2 for 14. A couple of hit by pitches in this series with an RBI. Pretty good off-speed pitch to get him out ahead. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nats have raised their team batting average up to 244. 12th in the league in that department in runs and 7th in home runs. And a bouncer to the right side for Marco Scutaro. You'll hear some squeals in the ballpark now. Bryce Harper starting to have a teen following wherever we go.
He came out of the dugout today to go stretch down the 3rd baseline in left field. And you would have thought it was a Justin Bieber concert.
Well, I don't know if he can sing and dance, but we like the way he's swinging the bat. Bryce, a comeback night last evening with a base hit, a stolen base, a double, and 2 runs scored. That'll be a strike at the knees and the outside edge to Harper, now batting .281.
There was a sign last night out above the Nats bullpen that said, "Marry me, Bryce." This isn't a clown question. Marry me, Bryce. Well, a couple of guys in the bullpen got a hold of it. Rhymes with Murnett and Slippard, and they put it in his locker after the game. So he walked into the clubhouse last night, and there's this big neon yellow sign that says "Marry me, Bryce" sitting in his locker. When you're winning in the first place, you can have fun like that. It was good stuff.
Yeah, and he's handled all of this very well.
The only thing he hasn't handled well since he's gotten up to the big leagues, the eye black.
Target away on 1 and 2. Big breaking ball, and Bryce has been overmatched lately by left-handed pitchers with soft stuff away.
Yeah, he said when he faced Andy Pettit, it threw him in a funk, and he's kind of been there since then. Had a nice night last night with a couple of hits, scratched out a hit the night before that. But if you see him against lefties, it's been hard stuff in and slow stuff away. Front shoulders leaking a little bit, pulling off the outside pitch. And it's all it takes for him is to take that outside slider, curveball, whatever, dive out there, drill one to left field, and then guess what? You get him back to your strength on the inner half.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened his first month. He went the other way a lot. Ryan Zimmerman, .380 career here at Coors Field in 25 games. That's an off-speed pitch that drops to the inside corner. So Zimmerman batting .236. When the Nats came to town on Monday, he was at .223, coming off a 2-hit game. And that one jammed in. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nats getting a little help this afternoon, at least so far. 7th inning at Philadelphia. Pirates 5, Phillies 3, Braves in action tonight. Mets at LA tonight. And Washington leads Atlanta by 3.5, New York by 4.5, Miami idle, and Philadelphia by 9. Fastball taken up 2-2.
And you talk about keeping that first place cushion going into the All-Star break. The thing that I'm paying close attention to, and the closest, is getting as much distance away from Philadelphia as possible. That's the one I'm keeping an eye on. The more you can distance yourself from a team that's been there for so long, the better.
Zimmerman, right side, stabbed by Todd Helton, a 3-time Gold Glove winner, and covering is Josh Outman. So the Nats, for the second time in this series, go 1-2-3 in the first. Bad stuff to the south of us down around Colorado Springs. Denver has been spared, except for some smoky conditions around here. Dexter Fowler having a good series. He is 6 for 11 with a homer, 3 RBIs, and a walk. And he had a walk and 2 hits last night. This guy's one of the better young leadoff men in baseball. A combination of speed and power. And you could say the same thing for their number 3 man, Carlos Gonzalez. So Edwin Jackson has a tall task ahead today. He has not fared well in 6 career starts against the Rockies.
Yeah, and at Coors Field, he has an ERA of 15.75, but that was with different teams in a different year. Last time out against the Orioles, he got the 3-1 win, gave up 1 run on 4 hits over 6 1/3 innings, struck out 5, walked 1. Retired the first 12 Orioles he faced through 96 pitches, 63 for strikes. So the Rockies will be seeing a 2-seam fastball, 4-seam fastball, low to mid-90s, slider curve change to go with it.
6 career starts against the Rockies and 3 of them right here. That doesn't start very well. 89 right over the plate. And Dexter Fowler is 7 of 12 in this series, adding to his .381 on base percentage.
Weekday day game. Let's go with the nicknames for the defense. Timo, Bam Bam, and Beast in the outfield. Desi Zim on the left side. SB and Cool on the right side. And the Bruise is doing the catching.
And for those of you who don't know all the nicknames, it's right there on the screen for you. You know who we're talking about. Good to see Jesus Flores, the human Bruise, back in there. He's had a great series, 5 out of 9. And then Jonathan Solano spelled him beautifully last night. So here's Marco Scutaro, 2 hits, 2 RBIs, hit by a pitch in this series. He is 6 for 20 career against Edwin Jackson with 2 home runs.
There's going to be someday in the near future where guys are going to be spelling Jonathan Solano. The more you see the Onion play, the more you like.
Scutaro, 5 career RBIs against Jackson. The Nats used the ground ball double play in big fashion last night. Jordan Zimmerman threw 4 of them, helping him get through 7 innings on 95 pitches. Fowler, by the way, good base runner, 7 out of 8. The Rockies have stolen 55 this year in 70 attempts. A solid percentage, 6th highest total in the lead. Not a big lead. Holding, and the pitch up. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, kind of flashing back to last night with Jordan Zimmerman. I think he might be the one guy, almost like the middle sister or the middle brother, that doesn't get any attention, because what he did last night in Coors Field, I thought maybe his best outing of the year. All the ground ball outs, the way he pounded the strike zone, not fazed by the conditions. And we talked about it. Mentally tough pitchers don't have a problem with Coors Field, and Jordan Zimmermann is that.
Last night, Jordan Zimmermann went at least 6 for the 15th consecutive time this year. Every start, he's been around for at least 18 outs. Then he added 3 more outs onto it just to go for good measure, and that's the 7th time he's done that. Jackson working slowly, trying to settle in here.
And if you watch Edwin Jackson throughout the course of the season, that's usually his MO. Slow tempo early, maybe the first 2 innings, and then when he finds his groove, gets his rhythm, takes all the mechanical thinking out of it and just throws the ball, that's when the strikes come and that's when the tempo increases.
And a 1-2 with the runner holding, low and away. So 14 starts, 9 first inning runs allowed. Rockies are hitting .269, second in the league in batting average and in runs. They've scored 369 runs, but they've given up a staggering 428. 2-2 pitch. You think the runner's going to be going at some point to stay out of the double play, but he holds again as SCUTARO fouls it away.
You talk about the Rockies' averages. You go around the Nats clubhouse and you ask certain guys, and I'm not going to name guys, but you ask them, how many home runs could you hit if you played 81 games in this ballpark? What do you think your average would be if you played 81 games in this ballpark? You get some interesting answers, some interesting numbers, but what you get the most is a bunch of eyes being rolled back in their heads like, I would give anything to hit in this ballpark every day.
2-2, runner holding again. The other piece of advice I would have for them, though, is to be careful what you wish for, because you'll be spending a lot of time standing around on defense.
Oh, yeah. And the other thing, like back in the mid to late 90s, whenever the Rockies sluggers like Castillo, Walker, Galarraga, Bichette, and those guys would go on the road, it was fly balls to the warning track and 0 for 4s because they tailored their swings to elevate the ball in this ballpark.
That's another foul. Boy, and Larry Walker used to bristle if anybody brought that subject up, but the numbers do not lie.
No. Their home numbers were outrageous, and their road numbers were not good. I'm talking about average and wins and losses.
Larry Walker hit the first upper deck home run to right field in this park. It's a long way away and a long way up. 350 down the line here. Pretty good battle now with Jackson and SCUTARO. And a battle waging on another front between EDWIN and Dexter Fowler. Even though he hasn't run yet, he's disrupted this first inning by being on base. Ball 3. SCUTARO fighting and fighting, and now he's worked it to a full count. And you'd be shocked if Jim Tracy doesn't start the runner with a great hitter, Gonzalez, on deck, and then Todd Helton in the hole.
Yeah, 10th pitch of the AB coming right here.
So Carlos Gonzalez, 5 of 11 in this series, waiting. Some of these Rockies hitters have good career numbers against Edwin Jackson. Target is inside edge. Runner going. Swing and a line drive beyond Zimmerman. Dexter Fowler with the play right in front of him, easily to third base. And the Rockies have a corner situation with nobody out.
A game of inches right there. Ryan Zimmerman diving for that baseball. He catches it with Fowler running. It's a double play. Pretty good at bat from Marco SCUTARO. 10-pitch battle. He wins it with a line drive to right, and all of a sudden the Rockies in business right here. First and third, nobody out in the first inning with Cargo up.
And it looked like he went down and hit a pretty good pitch. Jackson had some sink on that ball. And even at the age of 36, Marco SCUTARO, an outstanding, ideal number 2 hitter in a lineup like this. So here's Carlos Gonzalez, second in the league to Joey Votto in extra base hits, 38 of them.
And Edwin Jackson will gladly trade 2 outs for a run right here.
And he's shown us in this series that if you pitch him away, he'll hit the ball hard to left center. He's had a couple of gappers and line drives over fielders' heads out there. That's how you hit 333, 6th highest in the National League.
I like the first pitch changeup to Gonzalez right there. And that's a pitch that Edwin Jackson has been improving on every single outing.
On a pitch up, base hit. 3 consecutive singles, and the Rockies are on the board.
And it didn't feel like he had the need to double up on the changeup. Threw a good one first pitch to Gonzalez. Second pitch goes 91-mile-an-hour fastball, and you see the location up. And all in all, where that pitch was in the hitter that hit it, I think Edwin's lucky that he just got a single.
Yeah, the only thing the Nats have done effectively to Gonzalez is keep him in the ballpark. Next up is Todd Helton. 4 career RBIs against Jackson. 5 out of 12. And his numbers in this series, 2 hits, 2 RBIs. Adam LaRoche is going to play as far as he can off the first base line to try to cut off a ground ball like the one we just saw. Helton on the year, 34 runs batted in. 91 at the knees, counts even, 1-1.
And this is what you saw last time when you were doing the Fox game with Edwin Jackson in Baltimore. Early on, the fastball in the low 90s. As the game went on, the fastball got stronger.
Yeah. And that was in a hitter's ballpark. 85 blocked on a backhand by Jesus Flores. Gentle breeze blowing in from left. Todd Helton, 7 home runs this year, 354 career. Not real crazy about the body language so far. He is laboring, it appears. At least laboring to get a feel for what's going on. He's not tired. He's just trying to find his location here, and so is Steve McCatty. Nothing a ground ball right at somebody won't solve. And he walks him to load the bases. That'll bring in Chris Nelson, young infielder who has been swinging a lively bat for the Rockies.
And Desmond going to the mound right now, trying to pump his right-hander up. Steve McCatty looking on. That's one of those trips where you walk in and say, hey, we got you. Let us play catch behind you right now. Give me a ground ball. We'll turn 2.
Nelson 0 for 4 last night in the series, 2 for 9 with an RBI. Hard hit, Zimmerman, great pick. Can't do anything with it, and then out as Gonzalez just wandered off third base, maybe thinking Zimmerman had thrown the ball to first. So 5 unassisted, RBI ground ball, Rockies lead 2-0.
Any kids playing hooky out there watching this game today, or it's summertime and you're not in school, this is how you stay with the play. There's always an out there somewhere. So you boot a ball, you can sit there and put your head down and say, I should have made that play, or you arm fake the ball to first and try to get the guy rounding the base. I mean, this is great stuff right here. Arm fake, he thinks the ball goes to first, tags him, you're out. And if the Nats end up coming back and winning this game, circle that play right there. That is a huge play when Edwin Jackson is struggling to get an out.
So the Rockies lead 2-0, but the Nats get an out. Tyler Colvin, the hitter now. And a double play gets Jackson out of the inning.
You learn that at the collegiate level, maybe in the minor leagues. When you boot a baseball, go ahead and arm fake to first. Don't grab it, drop your head, be mad at yourself, because there's outs out there, especially when there's base runners all over the place.
Yeah, so the Rockies had 2 runs in, a potential of bases loaded, nobody out still. We'll see how that changes the inning.
That's just heads-up stuff from a heads-up player.
The other thing Ryan Zimmerman did right there, saved himself what might have been ruled an error. Fielder's choice. 5 unassisted with a tag. And a 1-1 to Colvin, who hits it in the air to right. And it's going to be 5-0 in the first inning.
Home run of the year for Colvin, and he got all of that one. Check out the location. It's supposed to be down and in, and it's up and right out over the plate. And that, folks, was a no-doubter. Steve McCaddy going to come out and try to calm down his right-hander, but the damage already done. 5-0 Rockies.
Jackson's given up 10 home runs now this year. Jordan Zimmerman's given up double-digit home runs, but usually the Nats staff gives up solos. They've been very good with men on base. But he has been out of sync right from the get-go, and still only 1 out here after 5 runs on 21 pitches. Rockies have now hit 92 home runs, first in the National League. The Nats have only given up 55 to lead all of baseball. Next up will be the former National, Will Nieves. Up the middle, base hit, maybe. Off the glove of Desmond. And now the Rockies dugout can relax and just take their hacks like the Nats have been doing the last 2 nights.
And balls being barreled up, ground balls finding holes. I'll tell you one thing I know about Edwin Jackson. The scoreboard does not affect him. He's a guy that feels like he can go deep into every single game, regardless of the score, regardless of a 5 spot in the first. He's going to try to figure it out and go deep into this game. Watch.
Number 8 hitter, Jonathan Herrera. And so I guess we'd ask all of our fans back home a question. After what you've seen the last 2 nights, you think Washington's going to be shut out today? Don't think so. So just stop the Rockies while you can, and then you've got all day to get back in it.
And Josh Outman's a good pitcher, prospect with the A's. He underwent Tommy John surgery, missed the entire 2010 season. So when you look at his numbers this year, as he watched the Brews get another one.
I think it got him on the hand and then deflected up into his mask.
And he got the bat on the backswing, too. Combo platter for Jesus Flores. It's another bruise, not a big deal. I guess the point I'm trying to make is Outman has an 8.64 ERA, so if you can hold him right here, the numbers would tell you have a chance.
1-2. Wide open stance here by Herrera, who grounds it foul. Road ERA coming in 10th best in the league at 2.61. 0.3 of a run below his overall mark. So the road has belonged to EDWIN this year. And now his counterpart, Josh OUTMAN, waiting to bat in the first inning, barring a double play ball. Sinking low and away, 2-2.
Edwin Jackson has losses this year where he's given up 3 runs, 2 runs, and 2 runs. And this just might be one of those days where you give up 5 or 6 and get the win. Sometimes your offense has to pick you up.
When he's missing pretty big. 3-2. We'll see if Jim Tracy starts this runner. 28 pitches, 1 out.
And I think the reason there's so much off speed in the first inning, you see that 64%, is because he's been in trouble. Pitching for his life early.
Will Nieves on the move. Pitch up high, ball 4. So the Rockies might turn over their lineup in the very first inning. They've got a chance to bunt with the pitcher here and move a couple of runners up. And there is stirring in the Nationals bullpen. Chin-Ming Wong probably not available today, who's considered a long guy. Tom Gorzalani would probably be the #1 candidate if it comes to that.
He's the one stretching out there right now.
Here's OUTMAN, 1 for 6 with an RBI this year. 1 for 13 as a big league hitter.
Pretty good wheels at second. Nieves can run. OUTMAN doesn't have to be too fine with this bunt.
And the pitcher, with that in mind, needs to start throwing some strikes to a guy who's trying to make an out.
He's trying. It's just not there right now.
Little butcher boy, could be a double play. Espinosa on the exchange drops the ball. So it'll be the second out of the inning. And runners will end up at first and third.
I think Josh OUTMAN was going to beat this ball out anyways. Danny Espinosa trying to be quick, help out his pitcher with a double play. I just don't think that ball was hit hard enough to turn 2. Desmond tried to make it a double play. Drop the baseball, and more times than not, you'll see that called an out. And if you're going to say Danny Espinosa was on second base last night for that double play, then he definitely held that ball right there.
For those of you who might have missed it, the Nats got a double play ball last night when Danny Espinosa was flying 3 or 4 feet away from the bag, and Angel Hernandez put up the right hand. The Nats kind of knew it might be their night after that. The leadoff man is up again, Dexter Fowler, who started this on the first pitch. Edwin Jackson threw with a base hit to right. Breaking ball misses, 1-1. Talked about Fowler's speed. Power, 10 homers, 35 RBIs, outstanding in the leadoff spot. '83 had him out ahead. got him on a good one down low. 10 batters, 5 score for the Rockies. Long way to go, to say the least, at Coors Field. If he settles down, the Nats are definitely in this thing in a ballpark like this. Second inning presented by Luna. Call for the Luna double. Get your second room of flooring free at 877-241-LUNA. Michael Morse to lead off in the top of the second. And Christina, he was kind of talking his way into the lineup this morning.
Yeah, he was, Bob. He was feeling a little bit of tightness in his hamstring last night and was almost scratch day, but he convinced Davey Johnson, I'm feeling good to go. He waited the last minute to send the lineup out. But we all have seen that signature warm-up swing by Michael Morse. He said it's something he started last year, and it worked, so he's kept doing it. It's a slow exaggeration of his swing in the box. He says he does it slow to keep all his weight on his back leg to keep him from lunging at the ball. He tries to stay back and coil up and explode his hands through the ball. He said, to be honest, my swing still doesn't feel right. And he says, I don't think I've fully caught up with the time that I missed, but I'm hanging in there. I'm feeling better at the plate every at-bat, and I'm trying to stay positive every day.
He calls it the Samurai Cobra Snake. And it's his move that gets his hands in the right slot, keeps his weight on his backside, and gets his hips loose for the at-bat. I talked to him the other day. I said, I'm not feeling the Cobra Snake yet. He said, either am I. 4 hits a couple nights ago. Starting to lock it in. Came into the series hitting 217. Look at the average, 258.
Yep, 500 in this series, couple of RBIs. And in 7 more official plate appearances, he'll be at the 100 at-bat mark. Look at those numbers here. Softball type numbers. 514 at Coors Field. So, Michael, 24 hits and 93 at-bats. It'll take 258 in the guy's first month coming back from a long layoff. Josh Outman, first inning, 12 pitches, 8 strikes. Espinosa, ground ball to second routine. Struck out Harper, big breaking ball. And then got Ryan Zimmerman on a hot shot to the right side. A good play by Todd Helton. Off-speed pitch, 1-2.
Looking at Outman's numbers from when he was in Oakland, his fastball averaged in the mid-90s. And after Tommy John surgery this year, his fastball is averaging almost 94, so he's throwing harder after surgery.
Some guys, the rehab is so intense, they come back stronger. And a hard breaking ball down and in. 4 in a row to start the game by Josh Outman. Adam LaRoche is now in the top 6 in the National League with 15 home runs And he was opposite field twice on Tuesday.
Yeah, hit them both well. Second one I thought better than the first one. First one carried out of here. That was against traffic through the wind. And this one over the 390 sign, tons of carry. So Cool starting to lock it in again for the Nats.
Fantastic April, first half of May. Cooled off for about a month. Fastball is in there to Adam. 2 for 8, 3 RBIs, a walk in this series. So 47 RBIs puts him right behind Andrew McCutchen for the 7th spot in the league in the home runs top 6. In the 0-2. Red hot Ian Desmond waiting here in the second. Way inside, and the count's even 2-2. Adam LaRoche, good knowledge of the strike zone. He's had a great on-base percentage all year long, even with a recent slump. Up around 340, he was well over 400 for a while. But he has walked 34 times, and that's also in the top 10 National League. OUTMAN, 27 years of age, 6'1", 200 from St. Louis. An outstanding high school athlete, baseball and a cross-country runner. And he went to Central Missouri State, Division II. LaRoche swings and misses. The ball gets way away. Adam didn't know it right away. And so Will Nieves has plenty of time to throw him out.
Davey Johnson in the post this morning. Check out his quote. I voted for him for the All-Star team. I don't know any shortstops I'd trade for him. I think a very small quote, but a very powerful one from the national skipper, talking about his shortstop being an all-star. When you look at the competition, Jed Lowry's having a nice season for the Astros. 266, 14 home runs, 33 RBIs, made 8 errors. He's got 15 doubles, but Starlin Castro having a nice year. But I think the all-around play by Ian Desmond, the defense, and the clutch hitting, there's no real stat for that right now.
Yeah.
He should be the National League All-Star shortstop.
And of course, some teams draw more than others. So a guy like Rafael Furcal will get a lot of votes in a place like St. Louis, where they'll have 40,000 every night. But this man, 21 doubles, 6 in the league, 5th in extra base hits, and a shortstop, 1 RBI under 40. OUTMAN staying away from him, 2-0. I'll say one thing about Ian Desmond, and this is right from the time he got called up 3 years ago. This is a young man who carries himself like an all-star. Leader on this club. Big swing on a pitch low, 2-2. Target in. Desmond right back up the middle. OUTMAN spears it, and he has retired 6 Nationals to start the game, and now working with a 5-run lead. The ball game, 36 pitches, first inning, 21 strikes. Ignite your natitude. It's a mid-season flex plan available. Pick 3 games and a new era ball cap is yours free. Go to nationals.com/flex. Minimum 2 plans, 1 cap per plan, and some restrictions apply. It'll look a lot like that with the Curly W. The Nats have 43 of them this year, 30 losses, 20 home wins, 23 on the road, 3 more to go after today on this road trip. Ross Detweiler, by the way, is already at the airport here in Denver to fly to Atlanta for his start against Rando Delgado tomorrow night. Marco Scutaro, a key base hit that really got the Rockies going in the first inning after Dexter Fowler got aboard. He waged a 10-pitch battle with Edwin Jackson, fouled off a bunch of pitches, and then singled through the left side.
Funny how there was no concern about Edwin Jackson's velocity against Baltimore last time when he was cruising, retiring the first 12 Orioles he faced, mixing it up nice, and his slider was good and his changeup was good. But today, giving up 5 runs in the first inning, a lot of people talking about where's the fastball with Edwin Jackson.
Wait, I thought there were only 30 pitching coaches in Major League Baseball.
Well, the fastball is fine if it's in the low 90s and the slider's good to go with it, because as a hitter, you have to respect the fastball that fast. But it's the secondary pitches today. If you watch the slider, it's just kind of rolling in there.
Well, you talked about this last night. 2 nights ago, a guy known as having a huge curveball, Gio Gonzalez, was improvising as he went along and turned that big hook into kind of a slider, a slurve.
And even Jordan Zimmerman's slider last night, it wasn't the sharp one that you're used to seeing, and that's the pitch right there from Edwin. And it's been his out pitch. Gio Gonzalez, Steven Strasburg, Zim, probably all sitting there realizing what Edwin Jackson's going through right now, because their secondary pitches were good, but not great like they always are.
And the other thing about the breaking ball up here, I don't think you throw that many where you'll ever get a swing and a miss. You know, the big curveball, you'll get swings and misses with that, but not here. So now he'd hate to walk Scutaro with Gonzalez up next, and here's a 3-2 pitch. Goes right after him. Did he commit? Home plate umpire is going to punch him out. So Edwin Jackson jams Marco Scutaro to get his 2nd consecutive strikeout.
Check it out. Did he go? I thought for sure he went. Side swing shot will tell for sure. Absolutely. It's got to be very unnerving for a pitcher if one of your best pitches isn't there. I mean, what do? You take that away from the equation? I guess you just try to go fastball change. That's what Strasburg mostly did, and that's what Gio did too.
Yeah, if you're going to be a 2-pitch pitcher here, you better get ahead. Over but low to Gonzalez, who singled through the right side first time. His 55th RBI, tying him with Andre Ethier, 2nd in the league. Carlos Beltran with 59. The major league leader is Josh Hamilton with 67, and the Tigers' Miguel Cabrera with 60. They're in the ninth at Philadelphia. Phillies have made it a little closer against the Pirates, but the Bucks still lead 5-4. That ball was just hanging upstairs. And luckily no elevation on it. It's a 1-base hit for Gonzalez, and now he's 7 for 13 in the series. And location will tell you the story on this one.
The curveball from Edwin Jackson. Let's check it out. We're talking about the off speed here in Coors Field. It didn't do a whole lot.
So Gonzalez 2 for 2. Todd Helton coming up, and he drew a key walk to load the bases in the first.
Let's see that curveball one more time. And we talk about bite, we talk about elevation, we talked about it in the open a couple of days ago. 20% less break here at elevation.
That breaking ball just looked like a changeup that was hanging up there, didn't it?
Yeah, and we played a lot of games here, and that's what curveballs look like when you're standing in the batter's box most of the time.
1 ball, 1 strike. Now the ball gets away. And for Edwin Jackson, that is his 3rd error of the year on pickoff throws.
And the first 2, Adam LaRoche had no shot. This one, I don't know. Let's check it out one more time. It didn't look like that bad a throw to me. Just kind of down in the dirt. Did it hop before it got to LaRoche?
It was into the runner.
That error to me could go either way.
Nationals have made 5 errors in this series.
I think that's what's taking so long for the official score. They haven't put anything up on the scoreboard yet. They're trying to figure out who to give it to.
That ball driven to left center. It's tailing back to Tyler Moore, who makes a fine running catch for the 2nd out.
Yeah, pretty good route right there by Tyler Moore. The other night he took a route that was maybe a little too steep on a line drive in the gap, but the more you play at Coors Field, the more you learn. And the more you play left field, the more you learn. I think I just like saying more whenever it's Tyler Moore, but good play going in the gap.
You can say more as,
more is less.
As more as you want. So it's Chris Nelson with 2 outs. He hit that ball to Ryan Zimmerman on the ground. That Zim turned into a tag play with Gonzalez rounding 3rd. Well, the key thing here is just to get a scoreless 2nd inning. Get in the habit of putting some zeros on the board, and the offense hopefully catches up. That ball is rocked into the left field corner, and there will be no scoreless 2nd inning. RBI double by Chris Nelson. And the Rockies lead 6-0.
Yeah, that one a little bit of a self-inflicted wound by Edwin Jackson. Pretty good swing by Nelson. Bolt down the left field corner.
By the way, that previous error was given to the pitcher. So hard to say whether the runner might have scored from first on that hit. I'm looking at one online service. It said error pitcher. Now we're told, as you thought might have happened, error LaRoche, his 5th of the year. It'll be up to the discretion of the scorer whether that's an earned run or not.
Now, either way you cut it, it's the 6th run of the game for the Rockies.
And that breaking ball low and inside. And the pitch count right now keeps on mounting. 53 pitches with 2 outs in the 2nd. Tyler Colvin, 3-run home run, first time up. The big blow of the day. And now a base hit to right. Michael Morse charging, takes a couple of hops, not hit nearly hard enough for him to have any kind of play, and now it's 7-0. And that'll make all the runs earned.
Yeah, pretty good piece of hitting right there. Went out and hooked an outside pitch. Perfectly placed in right field, and yeah, with the speed of Nelson on second base, Michael Morse had no shot. 2 outs going on the crack of the bat. You don't have to wait for it to drop. Get a good jump. 7-0 Rockies.
Tyler Colvin has driven in 4 of those. Here's Will Nieves, the former Nat, who singled up the middle off the glove of Ian Desmond. First time. 15 batters, 9 hits, 2 walks.
We're talking the end of interleague play. We couldn't wait to get back into the National League. I still think we're not back to the National League.
Yeah, you come out of interleague play and they send you to Colorado. How about trading the Royals for the Rockies and putting Colorado where it belongs in the American League? Can you imagine those teams in this ballpark? And we talked to some of the guys about that before this series. A light-hitting Seattle team came in here and swept the Rockies. A light-hitting Oakland team came in here, swept the Rockies. They did not win a game at home in interleague play going 0 for 9. You know, you can understand the Angels. But those other 2 ball clubs sweeping Colorado here, that's unusual.
Tuesday night, I like the place. Wednesday night, I like the place. Today, not so much.
Well, settle back in your easy chair there because we're going to be here for a while. And with the runner going, it's a foul ball off to the right side. I'm pretty sure that Josh OUTMAN is not going to no-hit or shut out the Nats today. And maybe he picked up a few things that caused him that nightmare in Texas the other day when he was given 11 runs with which to work and couldn't get out of the 5th inning. So you can hang your hat on that for the next couple of frames at least.
Maybe hang your napkin on that.
Yeah. The Nats are still 4 runs better off than the Rangers were against OUTMAN the other day. Swing and a miss and a heartbreaker away. And finally, the 2nd inning is over. Rockies pick up 2 more on 3 hits and lead 7-0.
Back to last night and see the T-Mo show one more time. Well, this was the home run Tuesday, so let's go back there first. And then how about Wednesday? And you decide which one was further. I think the one on Tuesday was 462 feet. That one a merely, what, 420?
Yeah, with about 150 feet of elevation. That was amazing. So here we go, top of the 3rd. Kia Motors takes us inside the numbers, and at their assembly plant, he would be the employee of the month. Discover Kia's full lineup of high-quality, stylish, and dependable vehicles. To learn more, visit kia.com. 6 for 13 in the series, 5 RBIs, 2 home runs. Waiting for that one, 92, and he fouls it off to the right. Tyler Moore hitting .346 in his first 23 major league games. And now it'll be interesting over the next week or two to see what adjustments get made against him around baseball. You know, I think every rookie hitter sees fastballs a lot early, and when you convince them you can hit it, they will adjust to you, and then it's up to you to return that favor.
He's got such a good approach, though. And I love the fact that he doesn't look at film. Old school, see ball, hit ball. That's what he says he does every at-bat.
2-2.
And I think as a young hitter, if you start looking at too much video, you start breaking down pitchers too much, you get in your own head, you start looking for pitches that aren't there, you start doing things because of what you saw in film. If you're a good athlete, be a good athlete. Keep it simple, and that's what Tyler Moore does.
2 good takes on fastballs that handcuffed him, and the count's full as the Nationals are seeking their first base runner.
You almost get the feeling that it's the attitude of he's got to worry about me, not me worry about him.
That's a good at bat. That is not a rookie at bat. And Tyler Moore walks for the 7th time. So he has walked 7 times, struck out 14, 52 official plate appearances. Jesus Flores having a good series. 5 out of 9. Got a night off last evening. And all Jonathan Solano did was step in for him. Double, single, walk, score a run, and drive in 3. So the Nats are getting big-time production from the catcher spot now. Flores 11 RBIs and Solano with 4. And this, of course, all with Wilson Ramos out for the year. Ramos had driven in 10 on 3 home runs before he was hurt.
We always used to joke on the bench here at Coors Field that cut the runs that you're behind or ahead in half, and that's the real score of the game.
Rockies 3.5, Nationals nothing here in the top of the 3rd. Good point. I like that. So a grand slam wins you the ball game, almost.
Well, you just felt like if you were down by 7, that's like 3 or 4 runs, and if you were up by 7, same thing. You had to keep pressing, keep scoring runs, because you only felt like you're up by 3 or 4.
Jesus Flores going to try to shake that one off. Boy, more umpires have whisked off home plate in his defense this year than probably any player in baseball. Hitting, catching, whatever, seems like he's always taking his nicks.
Different inning, different bruise.
1 ball and 2 strikes to the toughest guy on the team so far this year. Off the end of the bat, right center, hanging up and cut off in the gap there by Tyler Coleman for the first out. Edwin Jackson will be the hitter. And a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in the game. Brought to you by Miller Lite. Edwin Jackson 4 for 25 this year.
Davey Johnson thinking, I just want to get on the scoreboard.
Edwin has 2 sacrifice bunts this year, 10 in his career. And he foul tips that one. Good hitting pitcher. When he gets the bat on the ball, we'll see if Davey lets him swing away here. With a pitcher off on the bunt sign is left on with 2 strikes.
Down by 7.
I'd have to go for the line drive somewhere, wouldn't you?
You see too many guys sacrificing in that situation, but like I said, Davey Johnson trying to get on the scoreboard.
Well, Jackson's going to pull the bat back and ground it to deep short, and he will beat that out. And the Nats have 2 on with 1 out.
Edwin Jackson with a good at-bat, didn't get the bunt down. A little infield single in the hole, and guess what, folks? There goes a no-hitter.
By the opposing pitcher.
A little butcher boy action, fake bunt, pull it back, slap it by the third baseman. Executed perfectly by Edwin Jackson.
Herrera doesn't launch that throw if he really knows what a good athlete Edwin Jackson is.
Yeah, trying to make a great play right there, but that was a hit once it got by Nelson.
Yeah, he could have airmailed that ball into the seats. So top of the order now, Danny Espinosa with runners at first and second. Danny ground ball to the right side. He's 2 for 15 in this series and 6 for his last 35. Strike call, little off speed pitch chasing its way to the outside corner.
One swing and the Nats are back in this baseball game.
Yes, sir. So Danny's done damage early in this series. Hard breaking ball down and in. Outman's done that to a couple of the right-handed batters after setting that up with the changeup away.
Pretty good slider right there, down and in. Hard slider. Back knee piece.
Now Espinosa needs contact. Came into this game batting .324 from the right side. He'll fight that one off and drop it into left center. The ball is on the ground and the bases are loaded. So the Nats scratching out a couple of hits here. And now things could get interesting with Bryce Harper coming in.
Yeah, Bryce Harper coming up for a big at-bat. Let's go back to Tuesday. This is when it all started. Danny Espinosa on first base. A napkin gets attached to his leg, and the rest is history. The rally napkin is born. I think they scored, what did they score, 11 runs after that? It was a 1-0 game at that point. They scored 3 that inning. And they went on to break out and score 12 runs on 21 hits. So if you missed it on Tuesday, that's the story behind the rally napkin. And I just said, very matter-of-factly, after you said there's something attached to his leg, I said that's a rally napkin.
Yeah, and the mere mention of the rally napkin gets the pitching coach to the mound here in Colorado with a 7-run lead. You are striking fear into everybody who cheers for purple and black.
Well, there's only one feed today because the Rockies aren't showing it on TV, so maybe he saw it in the clubhouse and he said, hey, they just threw the rally napkin out there. I got to go talk to my pitcher.
Yeah, somebody called out and said, get him out there.
Big at-bat right now for Bryce Harper. Keep the line moving.
That's Bo McLaughlin. They just called him up from Colorado Springs 2 days ago. Harper struck out swinging first time up. And the key for Bryce, maybe don't let this thing get to a 2-strike count so they can drop that hammer on you. He's been susceptible to the breaking ball lately. Spits on that one, ball 1.
I mean, there's no mystery of what Bryce Harper is going to see in this at-bat. Whatever it is, whether it's a slider, a fastball, or a curve from Outman, it's going to be away. And he just moved way up in the batter's box. Did you see that? Look where he's standing.
Like it.
He's almost out of the box in the front.
Wants to take away that breaking ball, 2-0. And I just wonder if Will Nieves just told Josh Outman that very thing.
I mean, he was back where that toe hold is on the backside right there. And on that pitch, he moved up. Now he's back to where he started. But his front foot was almost across the line, that pitch.
I like it. It's refreshing to see a hitter able to adjust a few things.
Never seen that before.
2-0. Breaking ball, and he gets the call right on the outside edge. That was a big pitch. We'll track it with Nissan here.
Hey, I don't know if it was a strike. Slider 81 miles an hour. I mean, it was a strike because Mark Carlson called it one, but it looks like it might have been away.
2-1 pitch. That was a fastball he threw by him at 93.
And big league pitchers know, they see it pulling off. You're going to get nothing on the inner half.
Harper takes it low. 3-2. Red hot Zimmerman waiting. 1 out here in the top of the 3rd. And the Rockies probably don't feel like they have a 7-run lead right now.
It's a huge pitch.
Might set the tone for quite a while here. Harper, swing and a miss on what appeared to be ball 4, low and away. It was a fastball. And Bryce Harper's now 3 for 16 in this series.
Yeah, fastball out of the zone. Bryce Harper, I think, guessed right pitch. It just wasn't a strike. And he tried to go down there and dig it out and go the other way. Just ran out of bat. Big out for OUTMAN.
He's got a bigger one now in the offing if he can get Ryan Zimmerman, who's been very clutch in this series with 5 RBIs on 6 hits.
It's a good matchup for the Nationals.
And by the way, Espinoza at first base, good speed in case there's a gapper. Huge gaps in this ballpark, especially left center. Two and 0.
Well, if you're Ryan Zimmerman right here, you're looking for anything out over the plate, preferably middle in. I don't think Josh OUTMAN will challenge the inner half right here. We saw Ryan hit a home run to left center field last night, just miss one to right field, just to the right of the Rockies bullpen. But with the 7-run lead, it allows OUTMAN to challenge him with a heater right here if he wants to.
Way outside, ball 3. And if he walks Zimmerman to force in a run, another very dangerous hitter waiting, who is steadily finding his stroke, Michael Morse.
No problem with the green light right here.
Whoops. I don't think Ryan thought it was a striker. He wouldn't have done that. Looked like a pretty good pitch.
Yeah, it looked like a decent pitch from OUTMAN, excuse me, right down the middle. And that might be a break for the Nationals. Let's see.
Three-one pitch. Zimmerman off to the right side. And the runners will be on the move here in a moment.
Always scary being that runner on third base in this situation. Start late, get wide.
Tyler Moore, Edwin Jackson, Danny Espinoza behind him. And a 3-2 with 2 out. Zimmerman up the middle with a base hit. This will score a couple. Espinoza heading for third. The Nats are on the board with a crooked number. And Ryan Zimmerman has now driven in 7 runs in this series, and his RBI total makes it up to 30.
A nice at bat from Ryan Zimmerman. Gets into a 3-1 count, gets his pitch, fouls it back. So what did he get? 3-2? The same pitch, he got 3-1. Took a little out of the swing. Didn't try to do too much. Simple ground ball back up the middle. Nats are on the board, so a 7-run deficit goes to a 5-run deficit.
With Michael Morse coming up, and he has 7 hits in this series. This is about the stage of the ballgame last weekend where OUTMAN ran into all of his problems against a good hitting Texas team. And if they're holding true to the 75 pitch thing, he just threw number 57. And it's only the 3rd inning.
Tack on a couple more runs to the napkin, by the way.
The mere mention. Michael Morse gets under this one, but we've seen fly balls like this get out of here. and it is right up against the yellow line and caught by Fowler. Or did he? The crowd thinks he caught it, and Michael Morse is rounding the bases. It is 7-5.
Are you kidding me? Michael Morse hits one straight up the elevator shaft, and I don't think he knew if he got it. But based on what's happened in this series before, Tyler Moore hit one just like that, and Dexter Fowler got too close to the fence, and it impeded him from jumping to get that ball. Just like that, game on. 7-5 Rockies. The rally napkin good for 5 here in the third.
Unbelievable. Fowler had a beat on that ball, and you're right. The wall stopped him and aborted his jump. So the Nats with a huge inning. And Michael Morse now 5 RBIs in this series. Adam LaRoche takes one up and in.
I mean, that ball was pounded. We've heard a lot of loud noises in the ballpark in this series. That one might have been the loudest.
7-5. And LaRoche will take one over but low. Ryan Zimmerman kept this inning alive, and it goes from 7-0 to 7-5 in a heartbeat. Nats with 8 home runs in the series, 75 on the year. And LaRoche will line it up the middle. So the Nats will send 9 men to the plate here, with Ian Desmond coming up, who suddenly represents the tying run.
And we talk about it all the time. When you don't have track record and you don't have history against a certain pitcher, big league hitters, professional hitters make adjustments the second time around. So advantage OUTMAN first time around, second time around, advantage Nationals, 5 runs and counting.
Rockies bullpen working in earnest right now with Josh Renicky, who is what they call the follow pitcher on Monday night. With these starters making, well, in a lot of instances, short outings, and they'll designate a guy from the bullpen to be the long man to follow the starter. Today it's Renicky like it was 3 days ago. Desmond goes up swinging. Monday night actually, in that ball game when Renicky followed Jeff Francis. Noticed in the Rockies game notes today that Francis will be starting for them tomorrow against San Diego.
Good at bat from Zim. Keep the line moving. And Michael Morse with a big blow.
Desmond with a good take on a pitch in the dirt. Well, Michael Morse checks in with his second home run. RBI total shoots up to 12. And on a pitch up, Ian got jammed and pops it up. For the catcher, Will Nieves, but a big inning for the Nats.
It all started on Tuesday night right there, a little wrapper around the ankle. And it continues here on Thursday afternoon with a big blow from the Beasts. You got a new ball game.
Baseball on Masson, brought to you by Land Rover. Maybe the only vehicle that could traverse that scenery here in beautiful Colorado. Rocky Mountains just to our left, and not far from the Front Range. Michael Moore's just hit one about as high as Pikes Peak that got out of here to dead center field, and the Nats are back to within 2 in the... Oh, wow, a napkin just blew by the booth. I hope that doesn't mean the Rockies are about to do something. That was a dark hot dog wrapper that just flew by.
It's not the Rockies thing, it's the Nats thing.
Here's Herrera. Edwin Jackson, 59 pitches, 36 strikes. I don't know, man, playing 81 games a year here. Wow.
If you're Edwin Jackson right now, you're on the mound with new life thinking 2-0 Rockies. Down 7-0. 5 runs in the first, 2 runs in the second for the Rockies. All of a sudden, Edwin Jackson, like we thought could happen in the first, has a chance to win this baseball game.
Gets a call on the outside edge. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Herrera with the pitcher. Having thrown 67, Josh OUTMAN on deck. But he could bat and still be replaced because Josh Renicky is still throwing regularly out in their bullpen. That's a swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt. 4 Ks for Edwin Jackson now.
And best pitch of the day from Edwin Jackson. Check this out. The slider hasn't been sliding. Watch this one. Disappearing, good pitch. So maybe that base hit by Edwin Jackson, breaking up the no-hitter, and maybe 5 runs has inspired him, because so far so good, and that was a good slider.
We talked about this earlier with this new pitching setup the Rockies have. Often they'll let the pitcher hit and then replace him so they don't burn a position player. And when you're ahead, you really don't want to burn a position player to pinch hit here. I mean, we've seen them pull pitchers with far fewer than 75 pitches as starters. That's a fastball up and away, 1-1.
Not too many times in the big leagues do you see stirrups nowadays, but Josh OUTMAN is going old school. And there's probably a lot of kids out there watching that don't even know that the low part goes in the front and the high part goes in the back.
You're right.
And there's this thing called sanitary socks. They're all white that you wear underneath the stirrups. You pull the stirrups up, you bunch them around the bottom of your pants. Low in the front and high in the back, kids.
Well, I know around the mid-90s, when I saw socks that looked like that, but the stirrups were painted on, basically, you know, sewn into the stock, to me, that was the end of civilization as we knew it. And now it's gone on from there, and hardly anybody wears those either.
I'm so old, in Little League, we used to cut the stirrups and sew elastic onto them so they went up higher.
Even higher. We did that, too. That's right down the middle at the knees. 3 strikeouts in a row now for Edwin Jackson. And the top of the order coming up. So here at the bottom of the hour in Denver, Colorado, things have changed dramatically. Overcast conditions, but the ball is absolutely flying. And the Nats are back to within 7-5 after trailing by 7 through the first 2 innings. Dexter Fowler up for the 3rd time, and it's the bottom of the 3rd. He has singled, scored, and struck out.
And another good off-speed pitch, a curveball from Edwin Jackson. Some Nats fans checking it out. They knew there'd be a ball game here. Look at the off-speed from Jackson today.
That's amazing.
You sure you guys don't have that reversed?
Maybe he's saving the heater for the 3rd time around, hoping to shut him down in the middle of this game. 1 ball and 1 strike to Fowler. There's another off-speed pitch. That had change-up trajectory to it. Marco Scutaro is next, and he has a base hit and a run scored. That ball is ripped and well foul.
the momentum right now. Edwin Jackson wants to get his offense back in the dugout and get Tyler Moore up to the plate to start the fourth.
And a ball lifted to left center. Bryce Harper is there, and Edwin Jackson will finally get that 0 he's been looking for, and he'll be up third to bat. Find out why more people choose the Cox bundle. Cox.com. Check it out today. Tyler Colvin, early home run, a 3-run shot for the Rockies in the first. Ryan Zimmerman keeps the third inning alive, gets 2 on the board, and then Michael Morse brings in 3 more with an unbelievably high, towering shot to center.
Now, how many times have the Nats done this year? A runner on third, less than 2 outs, don't get the run in, but the guy behind, like Ryan Zimmerman did, picks him up. We've seen that a bunch of times, and that, folks, is a sign of a good team. And when you hit the ball 400-plus feet and the beast is back, that might be a sign of a great team. And the beast has definitely got his swagger back in Colorado. There is no doubt about it.
Part of a middle of the order now, batting over 500 in this series, 18 for 34, with 6 home runs, 15 batted in. The middle is back. And that does not include Monday night when the Nationals were beaten 4-2. Ryan Zimmerman did have an RBI double in that ball game, and Michael Morse had a base hit.
I mean, the only way you get those guys on the plane today to Atlanta is tell them we're going to just go to Colorado Springs for an hour, fill up, and come back to Denver. Because there's a lot of hitters that don't want to get on a plane. I guarantee you the first guys on the plane today, the pitching staff, they might not even shower. In their unis, straight to the bus to the airport.
Well, I hope they sit way back there. As we suspected, OUTMAN is done, and Josh Renicky is on to follow him after 67 pitches, 41 strikes. Renicky pitched in the ball game after Jeff Francis on Monday night and stopped the Nats 2 innings scoreless with a 1 hit, couple of strikeouts. That one laced in the left by Tyler Moore.
He can hit.
Well, I can't wait till this weekend, because then you can say that about him and Brian McCann.
Well, he might have taken that title from Brian McCann, because just another great at-bat from number 57.
So, tying runs suddenly in the batter's box with Jesus Flores. Fly to right first time, 5 out of 10 in the series.
Yeah, Carp, if Tyler Moore's going to play every day, which means he would play against right-handers in left field, who's your leadoff hitter? Do you put Bryce Harper number 1? Because that would mean that Lombardozzi's not going to play every day.
Yeah.
There's no way, I don't think, Davey Johnson can keep Tyler Moore out of the lineup. He has said as much.
And Danny Espinosa just doesn't have the on-base percentage from the left side that you'd be looking for.
And Bryce has the speed.
Yeah.
And he definitely has the eye, although he's been ultra aggressive lately.
And Ian Desmond, man, you don't want to mess with him and take him out of the 6th spot the way he's going.
I think against right-handers, maybe Bryce Harper leads off, and against lefties, Danny Espinoza.
Well, that's a good question.
Fun to talk about at least. Vote for Desi. Go to your computer right now.
Well, we may find out tomorrow night. The Nats are facing right-hander Rando Delgado in Atlanta. And Tyler Moore's got to be in there. Flores tried to hold up. Strike 2. And a good take on a breaking ball away. Edwin Jackson on deck, whose infield single ignited a 5-run inning. And a swing and a miss on a fastball up. Jesus unhappy with himself. Renicky gets his first strikeout. Here's how you vote. And time's running out. Vote for your favorite Nats. Get 50% off tickets to a select Nats game. Go to nationals.com/vote, and some restrictions apply.
Yep.
Is Edwin bunting? He sure seems to get to a lot of 0-2 counts when he is bunting, and then does something of interest thereafter. 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, your deadline for voting for the All-Star game. That ball hitting on the plate and then spinning to the left. 1 ball, 1 strike.
When we get to Atlanta in our hotel rooms, I will have a voting party. You're invited. Whole crew can come in there. We'll all get our laptops out and vote till 11:59.
And we have rain in Denver. Fans are scrambling back from the lower bowl. Had a big time shower here, badly needed in this area, just before 4 o'clock yesterday. Jackson lays down that one. Renicky took a look at second. 2-run lead. That would be a bad risk. So he takes the 1-4 on the sacrifice. And you can peck away now.
A good bunt by Edwin right there. Good read by Tyler Moore. Saw the ball off the bat straight down the ground. Got a good jump. And that prevented Renicky from throwing to second to get the lead runner.
And a chance for Danny Espinoza to get the Nats a run closer, or maybe tied. He dumped a single into left center last time that really set up that inning. Loaded the bases with 1 out for the Zimmerman/Morse heroics to follow. Right now, Renicky's sailing that fastball way up and away.
Espinoza got something in his eye right there as he took that pitch.
I don't know if you've noticed it, FP. And we've had some long ball games up here. I've noticed scratchy throat, really feeling dry. I talked to some folks. In fact, Andy Pfeffer, our national CEO, he told me when they stepped off the airplane last night out at Denver International, you could smell the smoke. We're probably used to it by now. But things are very dry, and a lot of things are flying around in the breeze. And unusual conditions in this beautiful state with all the wildfires surrounding us this week. Two balls and no strike. Espinoza looks at a fastball up and away.
And Bryce Harper last time up against Outman, even though he struck out on a 3-2 pitch, he was keeping his front side closed a little bit longer, telling me that he made the adjustments today in the cage and he's closer.
That'll be a strike call at the knees. Renicky is the son of Gary Renicky. And
the brother-in-law of Ian Desmond.
Yeah, met him last year with his lovely bride, Ian's sister. And his uncle Ron, of course, is the manager of the Brewers. A couple of great baseball families, and they've got Tyler Moore dead at second base. I heard the shout from the dugout, and he never reacted till it was way too late. And the Nats are out of this inning with a runner in scoring position.
Trickle in. We're at the bottom of the fourth inning. The Rockies are leading the Nationals 7-5, and today is your final day to cast your vote on the All-Star ballot. We've reminded you numerous times to vote for Ian Desmond, who's been stellar all season long on offense and defense. Here's what Ian had to say about even being a part of the comments when it comes to talking about an All-Star.
Obviously, it'd be an honor, but, you know, as a kid, I always dreamed of playing in the World Series. So, you know, that's number one on my list. And, you know, whatever it takes to get there. And if an All-Star game, you know, happens to fall in the middle of that, that'd be great. But, you know, I'm ready for, you know, the second half and what the future brings. You know, I'm not necessarily looking for individual accolades.
Ian Desmond, a very humble guy and always a team-first guy. He's just as big of a leader in the clubhouse as he is on the field.
And a ball slicing out of play off the bat of Marco Scutaro. That was Christina. Sideline report. Visit AFCEA.org, the Association for IT Pros.
That was the perfect answer to that question.
He is mature beyond his years.
It's not about me. It's about winning a championship. It's good stuff.
Well, Ian was already a mature guy when he came up in September of '09. But when his little guy Grayson was born April 26th of last year, I saw another difference in him. It's like his maturity just kicked up another level. They have another one on the way, Ian and Chelsea do, and a wonderful young family. And I don't know, he's just one of those guys. When you're around him, you know how special he is.
It's a rally kid.
And remember, we were here last year. He hit the line drive that injured Juan Nicasio. Ian Desmond was at the hospital that night after the game, so concerned about something that was an accident. But that's the kind of guy he is. And I know he stayed in touch with that family.
The most important thing, he didn't want anybody to know about it. He just did it himself.
Yeah. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And one of the best things about Ian, it's a homegrown talent we're talking about. Drafted in the 3rd round by Montreal in '04, 84th player drafted An organization guy who spent 6 years in the minor leagues. Been there, done that, paid the price. And on a pitch up, Marco SCUTARO just hammers it up the middle. So he's 2 for 3. And the Rockies have their leadoff man on for the second time today.
That's the one thing I don't think the Nats can afford to do is give up any more runs. You see the slider right there, up out over the plate. Marco SCUTARO with a short, compact swing. Line drive right back up the box. Nice piece of hitting.
And that'll bring in the dangerous Carlos Gonzalez. Who already is 2 for 2 today with an RBI and a run in this series, 7 of 13. This might be the most important sequence of the ball game now for Edwin Jackson. Davey Johnson's making a slow walk to the mound here.
79 pitches, 48 for strikes for Jackson.
And he's going to the pen right now. So Davey has seen enough to convince him that maybe Edwin lives to fight another day.
He does not want to come out of this game, folks. He never wants to come out of the game, but you saw the body language right there. Edwin Jackson is not happy.
10 hits given up in 3+ innings. This call to the bullpen is packaged by the UPS store. We love logistics. Guts to go to the Royal Gorge, so they opted for a little city fountain action. That's fun.
Niagara Falls once again. Great shot, guys.
That's about 1.5 miles less deep than the Royal Gorge west of here. So Edwin Jackson is out after 3+. The Wallflowers are coming on July 21st. Free post-game concert, 2nd of 3 this season. Tickets start at just $10. Nationals.com/concerts. As we mentioned a couple of games ago, actually it was Monday night when Tom Gorzolani pitched 2 innings. He hadn't pitched in over a week, so he's going to get a long assignment here today. His batting spot won't be up for a couple of innings, so the Nats are looking to Gorzolani to stop Gonzalez and Helton, and then some of the other Rockies to try to keep this a 7-5 game.
And when you talk about what's coming up, the big weekend series against the Braves, and maybe the weather there, it's supposed to be 102 degrees on Friday. That's a night game. It's supposed to be 106 degrees on Saturday. That's a 4 o'clock start, and 100 degrees on Sunday and a 1 o'clock start. A big outing right now for Tom Gorzolani to maybe save a bullpen that might be needed a lot with all that heat in Atlanta coming up.
And as we mentioned last night, Sean Burnett and Tyler Clippard. Nats were shut down Monday night. One-sided games last 2 nights. Those 2 key relievers at the back of the bullpen have not pitched in this series. Clippard warmed up just a bit last night before Ryan Matthews finally put an end to the evening.
I forget where I saw it or how long it's been, but it's been a long, long time since it's been over 100 degrees in Atlanta. Maybe 10 years.
And we're not going to have 11% humidity down there like we have here. 2 balls, no strikes. SCUTARO inching off. Breaking ball and way inside, and Flores couldn't grab it.
I check out the pitch. Little breaking ball, sitting down away, and it was way up and in.
Got to be a wild pitch. So there goes the double play. Conventional style on the ground. And a count of 3-0 now. This guy could have the green light if he wants it. He was hacking. Out of play right side. He saw a pitch up, and he was thinking upper deck right field.
Yeah, 3-0 green light, fastball up. Big swing from Cargo. Maybe a little too big, slowed him down. He fouled it back.
Now he got something in his eye. Wind is blowing straight from the north today. Actually from the northwest and from left field. And that's where some of the fire activity is, northwest of us. 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss on a good Gorzalani breaking ball.
Yeah, betting heater, he got a slider. 3-1 count. You think you're going to get the same thing you got 3-0. In pull mode, slider going away from him. The best time to get something in your eye is a 3-2 count with a runner out there right before the pitcher starts his delivery, so you can see where the catcher was setting up.
Look at that. Reaching out, singling to left center, and the Rockies will score another run. It's now 8-5. Carlos Gonzalez unstoppable today. 3 for 3, and in this series 8 for 14. That'll be the final run charged to Edwin Jackson.
Yeah, it looks like momentum has shifted a little bit back to the Rockies with a Tyler Moore pickoff to end the 4th inning. Leadoff man aboard, Marco SCUTARO. A wild pitch gets him to second. And Cargo with a broken bat single to left field. Bat died a hero. 8-5 Rockies.
Nobody out here in the 4th, and Todd Helton the next hitter. And Gonzalez, he's a base stealer as well. 10 out of 11 this year. And they could turn him loose trying to stay out of the double play. Jim Tracy knows a 3-run lead here in the 4th inning is nothing.
Well, this is one of those days where you hear guys in the dugout say, if they want to slug, let's slug. You want to win this game if you're the Nationals and Davey Johnson, you're going to have to score some runs. The 5 spot in the 3rd was nice, but you still got work to do. He can slug.
Already has. 0-2 to Helton. Gorzalani left a fastball upstairs. I'd say at least 2/3 of that damage has been done in this ballpark. Going back to the days of Montreal. Had him reaching. Good pitch. Slow roller. Espinosa has one play and gets the out at first.
A nice play by Danny Espinosa, knowing the speed of Todd Helton, not panicking right there, and the tapper over the mound. You know, Helton doesn't get down the line like he used to. He's smelling a hit, though, so that'll increase your speed a little bit. Was that Angel Hernandez in the middle of that, or Chris Conroy? The umpire running traffic for Espinosa.
I think you know the answer to this.
He was turning a double play right there. Somebody sliding into him. That's Chris Conroy. Angels at first.
So here's Chris Nelson, 2 for 2 with a couple of RBIs.
Sometimes if you're an umpire in the middle of the infield, the best thing to do is stop, drop, and roll.
Well, Gorzalani got one hitter, Helton. Gonzalez didn't hit the ball that hard. And now it's up to Tom to get some outs. Keep this a 3-run game if he can. Edwin Jackson goes 3+ today. 10 hits, 8 runs, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. Runner going, and a fly ball foul into the seats. It's on to Atlanta tomorrow night. Ross Detweiler is already flying there to face Randall Delgado. The aforementioned 4 o'clock game with Steven Strasburg and Mike Minor. Great matchup on Saturday. Gio goes against Tim Hudson on Sunday. And then the red hot, tied for first in the West, San Francisco Giants are coming to town.
6:30 start the first game and 11 a.m. start on the 4th.
Yeah, make a note of those starting times with all the 4th of July activities around the mall.
You should be able to bring your sleeping bag to the night game and then just stay there.
Pup tents in the park?
Yeah.
We are not announcing an official promotion, by the way. We're just speculating. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Espinoza now keeping Gonzalez closer to second. As Gorzalani gets a 1-hopper to Ryan Zimmerman. Takes a lot of time to back up Gonzalez to the bag. And 2 down. And another tough hitter awaiting, Tyler Colvin, who's had a good day from that left side with 4 RBIs. Former Cub who came over here for Ian Stewart last December. Out of Clemson, where he hit .315 over 3 years. Played for Team USA back in '07. And he lifts one to right center, and that is perfectly placed. And the Rockies are going to score again. He's probably thinking 3. Harper hits the second cutoff man. It's a stand-up triple, and now it's 9-5.
Tyler Colvin has a chance to hit for the cycle today.
Boy, he does. And he's got 2 of the most difficult things out of the way.
The homer and the triple. Here's the triple. Slider out over the plate, 79 miles an hour. Good extension by Colvin. You see the head drop from Gorzalani. Back to a 4-run lead for the Rockies. And an easy stand-up triple for Tyler Colvin.
There have been cycles in this ballpark. I can't remember if it was home or away, but I know Nathy Perez, a line drive hitting shortstop, once hit for the cycle for the Rockies.
I think John Mayberry did too.
John Mabry.
Yes.
I saw it. And it was a natural cycle, single, double, triple homer. I think that was in '96 for St. Louis. So a visiting player's done it.
Jesus Flores just threw a bullet back to Tom Gorzalani, and he barehanded it out of frustration with a runner on third base.
And now he walks Will Nieves.
I mean, this is okay if you're frustrated with nobody on, but with a runner on third base, you better catch it. And he did.
Jonathan Herrera 0 for 1, a walk and a strikeout. Wind is really whipping up here, blowing in hard now from left field.
Well, that'll get some napkins flying around this ballpark.
Which is what the Nats need. reaching out and tapping one out to center. Bryce Harper will grab it, but a costly inning. The Rockies tack on 2 more, and with the top of the order due up, it's 9-5 after 4. Offing as a rally napkin is blowing around the warning track, right about where it's 2 or 3 bases out there. So the Nats are down by 4. This day in history brought to you by Ocean City, Maryland. Go to OCOcean.com, click on Summer of Thanks for special deals and discounts. Branch Rickey, then a Yankees catcher, allows the running Washington Senators to swipe a baker's dozen in one game. And that would make Branch Rickey later one of the great executives in the history of baseball. But evidently not a good day behind the plate. Of course, he probably wasn't getting a whole lot of help from his pitchers.
How about a pitch out? 13 stolen bases.
Yeah. Or a snap throw to first. Come on.
Maybe you're left-handed.
Branch Rickey, the father of the farm system. Great impact on several organizations. So here we go, top of the 5th inning. Danny Espinosa was at the plate a long time ago when Tyler Moore was picked off second, ending the top of the 4th. Espinosa promptly laces one into the right field corner. At the 350 mark, he'll check in with a stand-up double.
So that's how the 5th inning gets started right there. Danny Espinosa, 17th double of the season. Pretty good swing, and now Bryce Harper is pumped to see a right-hander.
Danny Espinosa tried to bunt against Renicky the other night, swinging away that time.
A leg kick, back to it, left-handed, nice and slow and early. Good swing.
And Renicky struck out Bryce Harper for his final batter in that game Monday night. So Bryce takes a fastball on the outside corner. 0 for 2 today with a couple of strikeouts. In the series, 3 for 14. But a chance to bat the Nats right back into this one. Target in.
Yeah, that's just for effect. That's to keep Bryce Harper from diving out over the plate and getting to the outside pitch, because that's all he's seen here in this series.
Red hot RBI guy next. Top of the 5th inning. 14 runs on 19 hits already. Target in. Harper laces it left field side. That's on the ground. Espinosa scores. And Bryce Harper stops at first. It's a 9-6 game.
You can't shut out the napkin. It's impossible. And that's the swing that Davy Johnson and everybody on the Nationals has been waiting for. The pitch away for Bryce Harper to go out there and smoke it to left. We talked about how he was getting closer last time up, keeping that front side closed, and you see the results. Pumped to see a right-hander out there. He's been facing nothing but lefties pretty much this whole series. Good swing from Bryce Harper, back to a 3-run deficit. Welcome to Arena Baseball.
And here's Ryan Zimmerman tying runs in the on-deck circle, and Ryan takes one in the dirt. And by the way, that was a good play by Carlos Gonzalez, holding Bryce Harper to a single, because you know Bryce is going to be looking for two until the outfielder stops him, and Gonzalez did.
That was a good play by Bryce Harper, holding himself to a single.
Nobody out, big hitters coming up. Good decision. Starting Tuesday night, the middle of the order just hammering Rockies pitching.
Bueno.
5 more RBIs today on 3 hits. And really, Ryan Zimmerman's at a bat back in the third, the key to the whole day. Drove in 2 on a 2-out single, keeping the inning alive. And suddenly a 7-0 game was 7-5. Fastball up, looked hotter than 92, didn't it?
Yeah, a little late jump.
Nissan on the pitch track.
But I think that's where you're looking for the ball if you're Ryan Zimmerman. He's been handling that pitch well this whole series. Fastball's up, go a long way in Coors Field. He just was a hair late.
Close a great deal now on your new Nissan. Hurry, the door closes July 2nd. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Zimmerman the other way. Nice looking stroke, foul.
And if you're the Nationals, Tom Gorzolani not feeling good about that last inning. But if you're the Nationals offense right now, with what's happened the last 2 days, there's no lead that you feel is insurmountable. Number 1, you're in first place. Number 2, you've been swinging the bats well for 2 days. And you feel like it's only a matter of time before you get back into this game where you tie it up or take the lead.
Great take on a breaking ball. No swing, says Angel Hernandez.
And that was a pretty good appeal by Will Nieves right there. And the reason why it was good, the quicker you appeal it to the first base umpire, the more likely you are to get the call. And he was quick on that, very emphatic with his point down to Angel Hernandez. Hernandez made the right call, but sometimes you can trick an umpire, convince him if you appeal it quick with some authority.
And Bryce Harper stealing some bases lately. 8 for 11 as a big leaguer. Look at the extra base hits. Ian Desmond has 6 of those for the Nats.
And watching Bryce Harper, he has a small lead at first base. You know, as of that throw over, it seems like he has no interest in stealing. And with Ryan Zimmerman up right now and Michael Morse on deck, down by 3, there's no real need to run right here unless they're giving it to you, and they're not.
2-2 pitch with nobody out. Zimmerman takes a slider to right. It'll back up Tyler Colvin for the first out. July 3rd, FP told you about that early starting time, 6:35 against the Giants. And post-game fireworks will be presented by the Travel Channel. Go to nationals.com/tickets. Check it out. And then the 11 o'clock game on the 4th of July will be very unique, giving you and your family and friends time to have that afternoon barbecue, get ready for fireworks in the district. So fireworks at the ballpark Tuesday night, and on the National Mall Wednesday, the spectacular one.
If you call me Wednesday morning and wake me up.
I think you have somebody that could take care of that at your place, don't you?
I need all the help I can get.
I'll drop you a 4-alarm text.
Perfect.
Morse got jammed. Double play ball, but it's thrown into left field by Chris Nelson. Did Bryce Harper touch second base? We may find out in a moment if the Rockies appeal. That was an interesting play. Looked like a 5-4-3, and then Bryce Harper went skipping right over the bag.
I think he drug his foot on the base. He wouldn't have gone to third if he didn't. But we're sitting far away. They'll probably appeal it. It was an odd-looking play at second. I thought he got it. Let's check it out. And there's a throw into right field. Let's see. Did he get it?
That's close.
It's close. Tough to tell. This should show it. Oh, yeah. Right foot right on the bag. He's good.
All right. No appeal by the Rockies, evidently. Chris Conroy, the umpire right there. The Nats received a huge gift. Chris Nelson, 6th error of the year. Runner at third, 1 out for Adam LaRoche, who represents the tying run. And he's homered in this series twice.
But I don't understand, if you're Jim Tracy, why you wouldn't appeal it.
Give it a try. You never know.
Even if you thought he touched it, you don't know what Chris Conroy saw. And we had to watch it in super slow-mo to see if he touched it. Why wouldn't you try to get it out right there? The worst thing you do is say safe.
Too late now. Once the next pitch has been made, it's history. So Bryce Harper at third, Michael Morse at first. Rockies are in the bottom 3 in the National League defensively, and that kind of goes together with that team ERA. A lot of earned runs, but a lot of unearned runs as well. And LaRoche will chop it. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And it's funny about the Nationals lineup right now. Whoever's in the box, you're thinking they're going to go deep. Whether it's Zimmerman, Morse, LaRoche, Desmond, or Tyler Moore, when you get to these guys, even Bryce Harper, Danny Espinosa at the top, the way they're swinging the bats all of a sudden, this becomes a very deep lineup, a very potent lineup. And your thought process goes to who's going deep next, not if they're going to get a hit.
One ball and 2 strikes. Still only 1 out. Job 1, getting that runner home. And LaRoche will lift one to center. Looks deep enough with Harper running. Fowler will unleash one to home plate and cut off. And this is a 9-7 game as Adam LaRoche delivers his 4th RBI of the series and his 48th.
And he almost had 49 and 50 to go with it because he just missed that one. Pretty good swing by LaRoche. Check it out. Trying to lift the ball, obviously, for the sac fly. Just got under it a hair. You see the frustration with the bat flip. And Fowler throwing it home. Bryce Harper running in.
Look out, Mark Carlson.
That's the way you're supposed to cross the plate. He doesn't know if Michael Morse is tagging up behind him. You have to run hard through home plate on a sac fly.
Ball 1, breaking pitch outside to Ian Desmond. So the Nats answer the Rockies' 2 runs in the 4th. A half inning later, Desmond 0 for 2 today. And a good take on a 93 fastball, low and away. Here comes Bo McLaughlin again, the pitching coach. He handles the starters. Jim Wright handles the bullpen guys. But McLaughlin right now, kind of a starting situation. Renicky, a long appearance here.
A lot of guys talking hitting down that Nationals dugout right now. What'd you see? What kind of movement did you see? Bryce talking to Zim right before we got to that shot. Mark DeRosa talking to Bryce Harper. Adam LaRoche going to scoot over and start talking to the guys. You love when you see big league hitters exchanging information in the dugout. Those are the best hitting coaches right there, your peers. What'd you see in my swing? What'd you see up there? Ball moving. It's good stuff.
Desmond, that ball's well hit to right, and this game is tied. Ian Desmond the other way. It's a 4-run inning for the Nats, and they battled back from 7-0 to tie the game 9-9. Desmond's 13th of the year, 41 RBIs.
Good for 9 runs right there. 5 in the third, 4 in the fifth. And how about Ian Desmond? Go to your computers and vote, folks. That's an all-star. Hands down, end of story. It goes back to the point you're making. You just feel like anybody in this lineup can go deep, and they're never out of a game, especially here at Coors Field. But we'll watch this travel to Atlanta tonight. The swings are back. The lineup's feeding off each other. This is a good offense.
He's trying real hard not to break in a ear-to-ear grin there, and Ian Desmond keeps adding to his career highs now. 13 home runs and RBI total up to 41.
Short, compact, bam. If that was a fight and that was a punch, the guy would be knocked out. That's perfect.
Not even close to being stopped by that 14-foot scoreboard out there.
There's one at shortstop by third. They're everywhere. As soon as the wind picked up, the napkins came out, and you got yourself a tie ball game.
I've never seen anything like it. Up the middle, and a chance to sneak through for Tyler Moore. It takes a good play by Jonathan Herrera to throw him out. How big was the error by Chris Nelson? The Nats get 4 runs. One of them earned, but this is an earned home run swing. Desmond's 13th. It's all tied up at 9. Does anybody give you a tour of a city we visit like our crew? Nice going, guys. That was awesome. And Ian Desmond just took a tour of right field. 9-9 ball game. Hey, by the way, the game's half over. It's 9-9. 21 hits. Great stuff when you're down by 7 early. And Josh Renicky is the hitter, bottom of the 5th inning. In his defense, although he'd like to have some of those pitches back, 3 of those runs unearned after the error by Chris Nelson. Those are the ones that hurt. Now Gorzolani going back to work and throwing some strikes, 0-2 to the opposing pitcher.
You can't give extra outs here. 3 base runners, extra outs will kill you every time at this ballpark.
That's a tapper. The Nats hope will go foul. It's going to, and Zimmerman swats it away. And by the way, that home run by Ian Desmond against his brother-in-law, he's going to have to answer to his sister Nikki for that one. And they gave Ian a niece, daughter Tatum, born last December. Great baseball family, and just kind of an odd situation when brothers-in-law match up against each other.
I think he had a double off him either the first game or the second game of the series. Maybe a triple. Was it the one in the gap that he went low flying around second base?
That was the triple in the 6th inning.
A triple and a homer off his brother-in-law.
7 total bases.
That's going to be a rough Christmas.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough reunion.
Thanksgiving, no bueno.
Have to go get his own dressing. Way inside. Did that hit the batter?
It did.
Renicky just kind of stood there. That didn't feel too good. And Tom Gorzalani has just hit the opposing pitcher.
That is not good.
Well, you know, Edwin Jackson's off the hook. Josh Outman didn't pitch long enough to get a win. Renicky doing nothing to fool the Nats. Gorzalani's struggling. First pitcher to get 6 outs probably is the WP today. This is really a crazy ball game. Bunting.
That's out of here.
For a hit. And it stayed in the yard.
It's a homer.
Dexter Fowler. For the Achiever in You, solutions to help you achieve your financial goals. PNC Bank. Cutter Dykstra. Nationals draft pick that they traded for. Actually traded for him a couple of years ago. 22 years of age. 326 over the last week and a half.
Call him up.
Cutter Dykstra is the guy the Nationals got from Milwaukee for Niger Morgan March 27th of last year, right at the end of spring training. That ball is hit to right. Michael Morse can only play the carom. Off the scoreboard, grabs it, gets it back in, second and third, nobody out. And the situation made all the worse by not retiring the opposing pitcher. So Fowler is 2 for 4 today. What in the world is the final score of this game going to be?
Pretty good read by Josh Renicky right there. He took off on the crack of the bat. He's played in this ballpark. He knew that that ball was going to hit off the wall. And he had a chance to score.
Michael Morse did a good job of playing the carom in an unfamiliar park. Marco Scutaro's had a good day. A pair of singles and 2 runs scored. Contact man in the 5th inning of a 9-9 game. You're not going to play your infield in here. But Davey Johnson will play Ryan Zimmerman even with a bag at third. Obviously not great speed at third base in the pitcher Renicky.
Well, he got around the bases pretty quick on that double by Fowler. The wind is some kind of kicking up all of a sudden. The flags were blowing straight in from left. Now they look like they're blowing straight out to right.
Wrappers all over the warning track in front of the Nats dugout. 1-1 the count. Gorzalani fires a fastball that misses low and in. And these winds have done nothing to help those wildfires be doused over the last couple of days. 2 balls, 1 strike to a good hitter who's ahead in the count. Scutaro, did he stop? He did.
Wow. All right, check it out from the side. Angel Hernandez said he didn't go. What do you think? It's a good call. He didn't go.
Right on the edge. I was about to say, you can't walk this guy to load the bases for Carlos Gonzalez, who's next. If you get Scutaro then you can choose whether or not to pitch to Gonzalez with Todd Helton behind him.
And SCUTARO on a 3-1 count was trying to drive the baseball, but right here with runners on second and third and nobody out, a simple ground ball to second base. You come back to the dugout, a hero.
And he walks him. Now you have to deal with Colorado's best hitter. Nobody throwing in the Nats bullpen. That's Gorzolani's second walk. Of the last 5 hitters, he has walked 2, hit a batter, and given up a double.
Well, you saw the frustration from Gorzolani in the dugout between innings. And right now he's got bases loaded, nobody out, and that's one of those deals where, yeah, you can be frustrated for a second, leave it in the dugout, but you got to come out here and get some outs right now. This is all your inning, nobody up in the bullpen.
Gonzalez 3 for 3 today, and a fastball is in there. Well hit, shortstop, Desmond Espinosa, and a 6-4-3 that in this ballpark you will gladly trade for a run. Rockies lead 10-9.
Yeah, we said count the runs in half, so a half a run lead right now for the Rockies, 10-9. And if you're Tom Gorzolani and the Nationals, you're absolutely pumped about trading a run for 2 outs.
That's huge.
Huge.
Nationals turned 4 double plays last night, engineered by Jordan Zimmerman. And now it's Gorzolani against Todd Helton with a runner at third, 2 outs. High in the air, left field, and way foul.
Yeah, usually when Gorzolani throws that slider for a strike to get strike 2, he'll start it on the outer half to a lefty and run it off the plate and try to get a swing through for strike 3 in a 2-strike count. See if he goes to it. Fastball.
Yeah, walked him upstairs with that one. Counts even, 2-2. Helton, a swing and a miss. So what could have been a disastrous inning turns out with just 1 Colorado run. 6th inning straight ahead. Runs, 22 hits, too close to call after 5. Find out why more people choose the Cox bundle at Cox.com. DEXMOND.com today.
Let's go back to that Ian Desmond home run, his 13th of the year. He got a fastball up and away, and yeah, that had a little something to do with it. Bam! Short, compact swing. One of the better swings I've seen Ian Desmond take all year, and he's had a bunch of great ones.
What a series for Ian Desmond. 8 out of 17, 2 homers, 5 RBIs, 7 extra base hits. Jesus Flores and then Steve Lombardozzi, it appears, here in the top of the 6th inning. So Tom Gorzolani will be done after 2.
Jesus Flores, the only batter in the Nats lineup without a hit so far in this baseball game. He would love to join the party right here, right now.
Lombardozzi for Gorzolani in a moment. And a good take on a slider away.
And Josh Renicky has good stuff. I wonder if the Rockies ever think about making him a starter in that 4-man rotation and have somebody piggyback him, because he's got electric stuff.
In his professional career, he has never started a single game.
Well, they just scored some runs off him, but he hasn't had help from his defense today. Made a few mistakes, but you look at the body size, you look at the frame, and you look at his fastball. Give him a chance to start a game and see what happens.
6'3", 200 from Grass Valley, California. Played high school baseball in Nevada as well. And Flores gets a piece of that one out to the shortstop, Jonathan Herrera, for the first out. That'll bring in Steve Lombardozzi. The Nationals' box score is full again today. Yanni Espinosa with a 2-hit day. Interesting, with all this offense, only one guy with 2 hits. The guys with 1 have done lots of damage. Zimmerman, 2 RBIs. Morse, 3. Desmond, 2. Steve Lombardozzi in a bit of a tail spin. 8 for his last 52. And now that Tyler Moore's commanding some playing time and at bats, Steve's going to have to hit himself back into contention here. So Gorzolani goes 2 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, couple of walks, a strikeout. But the Nats offense got him off the hook, just like they did at EDWIN Jackson. I mean, this place.
That's not an uncommon look from a pitcher that just pitched at Coors Field.
It'll demoralize you. There's Lombardozzi out on a breaking ball in the dirt. 2 outs here in the 6th. Ignite your Natitude with a midseason flex plan. Pick 3 games, get a free new era ball cap. Go to nationals.com/flex. Here's Espinosa, 2 for 3, with a single, a double, and 2 runs scored. Danny goes up swinging, and he pops it up. What is this? It's a 1-2-3 inning. Not many of those in this series. Rockies by 1 after 5.5. Folks in Colorado, interesting series. The Nats trying to make it 3 out of 4 and a 10-9 game after 5.5 innings. So after all the fireworks the last 2 nights, no clue what to expect today, and now both teams are getting after it with the bats.
It's funny, though, with the way the Nationals are swinging the bats, you just feel like it's only a matter of time before they find a way to win this game. And if you're the Rockies, you've lost a lot of games like this. So, that's what happens, the difference between a first-place team and a last-place team. Maybe the last-place team is thinking, how are we going to lose this one? The first-place team thinking, how are we going to win this one?
Yeah, and 2 pitching staffs going in different directions. I think if you're even in this ballpark after 5.5 innings or maybe a run down, you're in great shape because you've got the best ERA in the league against the worst.
Yeah, and the bullpen for the Nationals has been good. Ryan Matthews on right now, and the key in this game is just to keep throwing strikes. Don't try to get too fancy. If your off-speed's not working, easy for us to say up in the booth, but go with a heater. Well-located fastballs play in this ballpark.
Ryan Matthews' first pitch, bottom of the 6th, a strike to Chris Nelson. Ryan got the last few outs last night when the Nationals were just trying to pull down the curtain on that game and get into today. And there's Chris Nelson now, 3 for 4 today. And in this series, he has 5 hits in 13 at-bats. I mean, it is just relentless offense on both sides.
Yeah, Ryan Matthews came in last night's game. The sinker was very good. The first pitch to Nelson, a sinker for a strike, went to the slider, gave up a hit.
Sliders just don't slide up here. Well, they slide, but they don't break. Kind of a horizontal pitch here in Colorado.
They slide into the seats.
And here's Tyler Colvin, who has everything but a double for the cycle today. Carlos Gonzalez has the cycle for the Rockies. We mentioned Nafi Perez. .92 up and away, counts even 1-1.
And Tyler Colvin having a big day. Home run, single, triple. Carlos Gonzalez did it on July 31st, 2010. Ryan Matthews thinking about a 6-4-3 double play.
Line drive right through the box and right by the numbers of Ryan Matthews. 2 on, nobody out. A 4 for 4 day for Tyler Colvin. In the box score, I'll just let you folks read most of this. I'll just read along with you silently. As opposed to the Nats, look how many guys for the Rockies have multi-hit games today. 5 of them.
I like how our guys put walk really big because walks are really big in Coors Field.
Next up, Will Nieves. Will's a good bunter, runs well.
And good speed behind him.
Yeah. Jonathan Herrera next as Nieves bats 7th today. No sign of bunting there. And a strike call. Chopper to third, foul.
And I'm all for bunting with runners on first and second, nobody out late in the game when you absolutely need a run. But in the 6th inning at Coors Field, when you're up by 1 run, no shot. Swing the bat.
Rockies have out-hit the Nats 15-9. And the breaking ball delivered and blocked by Jesus Flores.
thing that Ryan Matthews always has is that two-seam fastball in his back pocket, and that's a ground ball pitch.
On a breaking ball away, Zimmerman cuts it off. Espinoza trying to turn it, and he does with a very strong relay. 5-4-3, and Ryan Zimmerman ended up in short center field after his run on that play.
And the reason he did is because you have to follow your throw to get the accuracy. If you stop right there, the throw could go in the outfield. Perfect feed from Zimmerman. And then you saw Danny Espinoza very calmly use that big arm of his to get the double play. That was nice.
And really, no matter what happens in this inning, the Nats have had double plays in the last two frames to help not let this ball game slip away. Here's Jonathan Herrera, and a fastball taken outside, and your point well taken on Ryan Matthews' sinking fastball.
Well, he's got that ground ball double play in your back pocket. Pretty good turn from Espinoza because Tyler Colvin was coming to get him. That was a good slide. That's the way you break up a double play. And for the life of me, I can't figure out why Tyler Colvin didn't play the first game of this series. That guy's got a nice swing.
That was a part-time guy with the Cubs. That's a good located fastball right there, 2-1. Pitcher spot due up next. Eric Young in the on-deck circle. Josh Reddick's thrown nearly 50 pitches in his outing. And that ball fouled off and the count's even. And a grounder right side. Danny Espinoza to his left. He's been shorthanded all year long. Turns into a good inning for Ryan Matthews with Harper, Zimmerman, and Morse straight ahead. Brought to you in part by W.B. Mason. Who but W.B. Mason? It's a nice place to visit, but if you're a pitcher, you wouldn't want to live here. Denver, Colorado in all its beauty and majesty. Very difficult. Ryan Matthews pitches, does everything he can to get out of that sixth inning without a run being scored. And you and I have talked about these things a couple of times during the series. The distance the ball travels, but also the speed at which it travels.
Yeah, I think that's the one that shocked us the most, how the ball gets into the gap quicker than other places, and it's 5 to 6 feet less range for an outfielder, and we've seen the curveball break at least 20% less in this series. How about 52 runs scored in the last 3 games? The humidor ain't working, folks.
I don't know what else they can do. Rex Brothers is the third Colorado pitcher. Saw him in a scoreless one-hit ninth inning last night. Lefty-lefty with Bryce Harper, then Zimmerman and Morse to follow in a one-run game, top of the seventh. Bryce Harper today 1 for 3 with an RBI single, and in the series 4 for 17.
He starts him up with a slider. He's got a fastball and a change to go with it. The fastball is big. It'll average in the mid-90s.
Harper under that one. Playable left side. Jonathan Herrera has the angle, catches the foul ball. Today's copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Washington Nationals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Washington Nationals. Ryan Zimmerman 1 for 3 with a 2-run single. Seven for 16, 7 RBIs in these 4 games. Ryan's had at least 1 RBI in every game here. And that's low and inside, 1-1.
And funny how when all of a sudden you lock it in as a hitter, you become more dangerous. The pitcher knows you become more dangerous. He tries to be fine and hit a spot. And more times than not, you find yourself in hitting counts. That's how it goes. That's how you get hot, and that's how you stay hot. They see you hit some balls out. They know you're dangerous. You try to be too fine. You find yourself going from 0-2 counts for about 3 weeks to 2-1, 3-1 counts for about 3 weeks.
I know every time Ryan looked up recently, 1-2, 0-2. Got a pitch down and in, hit it out to the shortstop, Jonathan Herrera. And suddenly, the Nats have had 6 hitters in a row retired.
Let's go back to the 3rd inning and check out Michael Morse, big-time tater, straightaway center field. The beast is off the leash. Dexter Fowler gave it a good effort, but he got too close to the fence. If he knew where the fence was, he would have caught it. You saw the reaction from Josh Outman, not too happy. And fans, remember, your Washington area Lexus dealers are donating $200 to Children's National Medical Center every time a national player hits a home run this season.
Coming clean with some green this week. And Michael Morse has another base hit. 2 for 4. And now 9 for 18 here in Colorado.
Well, they'd be broke if this team played at Coors Field every day. They'd be in the red for sure.
Oh, man. Guys, we got to sell a lot more cars today. The Nationals played in Colorado again last night. So here's Adam LaRoche, 1 for 2 with a base hit and a sac fly, his 48th RBI. If he's not careful, Ian Desmond's going to catch him. Desmond's at 41 now.
Well, you'd love to see Desmond get up with runners on here with 2 outs.
Especially against a lefty, if LaRoche can find a way to get aboard here. Left field. That'll back up Gonzalez short of the track. And suddenly a pitcher's duel has broken out. These folks need a 7th inning stretch. It's brought to you by your Washington area Hyundai dealers. The guy in the curly W cap disappointed, but he knows there's lots more offense ahead in this one. Well, Davy Johnson has seen a lot of baseball in his years. He's seeing 4 full days of baseball action right here before the Nats head on to Atlanta. Bottom of the 7th coming up, and it's on to Dixie tomorrow night, the state capital, from one capital to another, and from Coors to Turner. Ross Detweiler, 4-3 with a 3.09 ERA, will make his 11th start, and the Nats will see Randall Delgado for the first time this year. 7:30 tomorrow night. Nats Extra at 7 o'clock. There's your matchup. And Delgado, a 4.52 ERA. The Braves have Jair Jurgens back in their rotation. Nats will not see him this weekend, but they will get Tim Hudson on Sunday. Eric Young hitting for Rex Brothers, who just spun a scoreless top of the 7th. Eric Young had a base hit yesterday in a pinch hitting appearance. In fact, he's 1 for 2 in the series with a walk and a couple of runs scored. So the Rockies finally go to their bench in the 7th inning. Drags a bunt too close to the pitcher, and Matthews no problem pouncing on that. We have an AT&T fact of the game for you. Tyler Clippard, look at this, double digits in saves, and now, well, I should say holds and now saves, as he fulfills any role Davy Johnson needs.
And you could double those numbers if he saves his own holds and holds his own saves.
Let me digest that one for a while.
They go around the ballpark, come around the left field foul pole, back into the booth, you'll get it.
Here's Dexter Fowler. The Nats would love to keep this guy off base now that it's late in the game. Single, double, a run scored today. Matthews misses upstairs. In this series, Dexter Fowler is 8 for 15. Not a bad looking slide piece right there. He just missed. Low and in.
I think lost in all the Rockies' woes this season is the great player that Dexter Fowler is becoming.
He has another hit. All Michael Morse can do is pick it up and throw it into second. And Dexter Fowler has 9 hits in this series. And now, if you don't get a line drive double play, Carlos Gonzalez bats again. Hard to believe that guy's only knocked in 10 doubles this year. 2 of them today. He has 3 doubles, a triple, and a home run in this series. Next up, Marco Scutaro. Two hits, a walk, 2 runs scored. Perfect pitch. Mark Carlson had to look it over for a moment before making that call.
95 on the black.
Scutaro 275 and 299 the last 2 years in Boston, and he's over 280 here.
You see Jesus Flores try to call timeout right before Ryan Matthews started his motion. He put both hands in the air, looked up, and Matthews already started his delivery. Maybe a last-second change in thought on the pitch selection.
With the runner staring in from second. And he goes upstairs. Not a bad 0-2 pitch. 10-9 Rockies, bottom of the 7th. Out hitting the Nationals 16-10. And Matthews gets him to pop up, jamming him. Bryce Harper a late break, but he's there in plenty of time. 2 outs. In about 10 minutes, this ball game will be 3 hours old as we play in the 10th inning. Davey Johnson does not want a right-hander against Carlos Gonzalez. So here at Coors Field, with 2 outs in the 7th, Davey going to his bullpen. A smile and probably, hey, nice job of surviving for Ryan Matthews. Michael Gonzalez on the way. Michael and Carlos straight ahead. Ball on Masson, brought to you by Dodge. Go to Dodge.com or visit your local Dodge dealer today. And by Verizon Fios. Introducing Verizon Fios Quantum Speed. Internet twice as fast as anything America has ever seen. In the foothills tonight, things looking pretty nice. And here at Coors Field, Ryan Matthews, an inning and 2/3, 3 hits, responsible for Dexter Fowler at second base. So Michael Gonzalez and Carlos Gonzalez in a lefty-lefty matchup. Lefties are hitting .091 against him. Last night, pitching in the 9th inning, got 1 out, giving up 2 runs on 2 hits and a walk. And that's the first time he had been scored upon as a National in what now spans 12 appearances.
And a 3-pitch guy. Fastball, slider, change. Fastball, slider to lefties.
Yeah. 2-0. And if you fall behind this guy 2-0, 3-0, you might as well just put him on first base and pitch to Todd Hilton. So this next pitch will decide how the attack goes on the rest of this at bat. He doesn't get that call. And Davey Johnson's probably tempted to have Jesus Flores stand up right now.
And you go 2-0 slider to Gonzalez. Don't get the call. And now a 3-0 slider would not be a bad idea. As we've seen in this series, he is going to be pumping here in a 3-0 count.
Great speed at second with 2 outs. And a 4-pitch walk, that's okay. There was a day in this ballpark when you would never walk anybody and feel good about it with Todd Hilton coming up. But Gonzalez is more dangerous these days.
Well, the one thing you have to be careful with Todd Hilton, he keeps his bat in the strike zone for a long time. Gets his hands in the zone quick, stays through the baseball, and he could take a slider away and flare it to left.
Good breaking ball by Michael for a strike.
You see how Helton took that pitch, kind of leaning out over, looking for that slider away. The way hitters take balls will tell you what they're thinking, and he's thinking going the other way.
Fastball up, 2-1.
And with the slider and a 2-1 count, now it's 3-1. What do you do?
And a hot swinging Chris Nelson next. And that's not warming anybody up.
And then Babe Colvin after that.
3-1 pitch. And Helton will flip this one out of play down the left field side. Nice crowd today. 33,957. So the Rockies draw about 150,000 for this 4-game series.
The Nats are drawing on the road. They're drawing everywhere right now. They're a feature attraction.
3 balls, 2 strikes with the runners on the move, and Helton strikes out. 92 upstairs. The Nats are out of the inning. So both bullpens putting zeros on the board. Ian Desmond, then Tyler Moore for the Nats coming up top 8. Taking care of business to get this game into the 8th inning. We invite you to discover Kia's full lineup of high quality, stylish, and dependable vehicles. To learn more, visit kia.com. So most extra base hits by right-handed hitters. And look at the names in the National League. Guys getting it done, and Ian Desmond is right up there behind the Brewers' Corey Hart, who plays in a great hitter's park. Giancarlo Stanton, Kadire getting the day off here, and David Wright, who's been amazing for the Mets this year.
Giancarlo Stanton will win the home run derby. Mark that down.
There's something wrong if he doesn't. Not with those Titleist balls they're going to be using in Kansas City. Here's Ian Desmond, 1 for 3 with a 2-run homer. He was trying to tie this game on the first swing of the 8th inning. Matt Belisle, 32-year-old veteran, 74 games for the Rockies last year, 76 the year before that. It's 150 games in 2 years. Desmond lines it, and Todd Helton will rob him to his right. Suddenly, hits are hard to come by in the late afternoon here.
And Todd Helton guarding the line right there, playing no doubles defense. Had to go to his right to make a great play on the line drive off the bat of Ian Desmond. Normally that's right at him. Playing no doubles defense, you got to go in the hole and make a great play, and that was.
Ian Desmond very close to a 3-for-4 day today. And now Tyler Moore's the hitter, 1 for 2 with a walk, a run, and a base hit.
The Rockies had purple t-shirts on in their clubhouse today, and they said, "Mr. La Russa, please vote for Matt Belisle."
Really?
Yes.
Well, I'm looking at his numbers. He's given up 1 home run this year in 40 1/3 innings and has a 2.03 ERA. Now, pitching for this staff, if that's not an all-star bunch of numbers, I don't know what is. Moore to Hopper. Jonathan Herrera. And now the Nats have seen 9 of their last 10 batters retired. For every walk they're given this season, and just 1 today, CareFirst Blue Cross Blue Shield contributes $50 to the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Washington, D.C. So $227, over $11,000. Take that first step towards a healthier and more active lifestyle. Jesus Flores 0 for 3.
Well, you'd like to see a couple runners get on here, even if the Nats don't tie the game up, just to get to that heart of the order in the 9th inning.
Roger Bernardino to hit for Michael Gonzalez next. It's like Sean Burnett's throwing for the Nats out in right center. As mentioned earlier, Burnett and Clippard haven't pitched in Colorado. I've noticed both of them on the bus this week with very sunny dispositions.
Well, they haven't had an opportunity to do what they do. When you have a couple laughers in a row, they could use the rest. Those guys have worked hard in big games all season long.
Yes,
there's going to be some close games in Atlanta, and that's a good thing that they are recharging their batteries here in Coors Field.
And the other thing, against the pitching-rich Giants, there'll be some tight games in D.C. next week, too.
The schedule does not get any easier from here on out.
Giants for 3, Rockies for 3, then the break, and then the Nats go to Miami for 4. On a pitch up, Flores will hook it into the left field corner. That'll be his 6th hit of this series, and he'll keep the 8th inning alive for Roger Bernardino.
And how many big hits has Bernardino gotten off the bench this year? 9th double of the year for Flores. A big knock, tying run in scoring position with 2 outs in the 8th. And Jesus Flores checking in, the only Nats regular starter in this game without a knock. Not anymore. Good extension, good short compact swing, double down the corner. Game on.
Roger Bernardino as a pinch hitter, 3 for 13 with an RBI. Gets to face a right-hander here. Belisle, 250 opponent's batting average by left-handed hitters, 15 out of 60. In fact, right-handers came in hitting 245 against him. So his numbers are about even from either side of the plate. Roger, 310 career. Nats down by a run, top of the 8th.
Not necessarily a fastball count right here. 1-0 count. First base open, but Espinoza on deck having a nice day. 2 hits. So a little protection right here for Roger Bernardino.
Target in. Bernardino offers. It's a called strike at the knees. I think Roger checking with Mark Carlson to make sure he didn't swing at that it was indeed a called strike.
That, and you can ask, is that as far as you're going to go inside? So you know as a hitter what you have to protect in a 2-strike count.
1 ball, 1 strike. Bernardino right off the hands. They'll have to hurry to throw him out, and he is safe. Flores to third with 2 outs, and the top of the order coming up. Roger Bernardina can fly, and it pays off there.
When you're a pinch hitter, you're getting loose from about the 5th inning on, but what are you getting loose? You're getting loose your swing. You're hitting off the tee, you're stretching out, but there's nowhere to run in the ballpark. So the fact that Roger Bernardina legged this out is huge. You see the speed right there at the end, and I guarantee if you run down there and ask him, his legs were not loose. He smelled a hit, got it, and kept the line moving for Danny Espinoza,
who's 2 for 4 today and doubled down the right field line back in the 5th inning. So the tying run is 90 feet away here in the 8th. And he was jumping on the first one, slams it off the mask of former teammate Will Nieves.
Blau pretty quick to the plate right there. No chance for Bernardina to think about getting into scoring position.
Will Nieves, by the way, 1 for 7 throwing out opposing base runners. Kind of flexing his jaw there to make sure everything's still in place. That was a shot. Espinoza, little flare, left center, and running under it is Gonzalez. The Nats are gone in the 8th inning. Only the 4th runner they've stranded today. Here, they're still trying to come from behind to win this series. 3 out of 4.
Let's go back to the 7th inning and check out Michael Gonzalez. Big situation. Strikes out Todd Helton on a rising fastball. The Washington area Toyota dealers are committed to helping children receiving medical treatment at NIH. Throughout the season, Toyota is making a $37 donation to the Children's Inn at the National Institute of Health for every strikeout a national pitcher records this season.
Well, it is while the Nats are behind, but this is just about as important as being ahead for the Nats for Sean Burnett to keep this a 1-run game. Gave up the home run to Matt Wieters in Baltimore on Sunday, one of the few blemishes the entire year for this left-hander who's been brilliant with that 1.71 ERA. 25 strikeouts in 26 innings. And he's ahead of Chris Nelson, Tyler Colvin, and Will Nieves following for the Rockies. Bottom 8.
And see, that's the two-seam fastball that's been so good for Burnett all season long. How many right-handed hitters have we seen that go for an outside two-seam fastball, offer at it, and run out of bat like that right there? The way he jumps at you and the way he steps in the first base dugout has to be deceptive to the hitter.
Yeah, that was very deceptive. Chris Nelson, no way to reach that. First out, bottom of the 8th, and some Geico highlights as Tyler Colvin looks for the cycle today.
Well, he's been locked in since that right there. His first at bat was a home run, an absolute missile to right field. And I think that's the lousy single, a second at bat. There's the triple. So that's the hard one, right? You got a homer, you got a triple. And last time up, just a base hit up the middle. So he's 4 for 4 with a single, triple, home run, looking for a double.
A .215 hitter with 26 homers and 78 RBIs in parts of 3 years with the Cubs, who took him as the 13th player overall in the '06 draft.
They're hitting .313 this year.
Sean Burnett, tough for a lefty to hang in there, and the fastball is in the zone. 1-1.
I can't even imagine what a lefty sees off Burnett. I mean, he's stepping behind you almost, jumping behind you, and then slinging across his body.
Well, you're seeing those numbers. 17 right there. And he tries to nip the outside corner, just misses. Breaking ball, a beauty. Took a little bit off.
And a slider right here. And the air didn't affect that one at all. That was a beauty.
Bat gone before the pitch got there. And a 2-2 is chopped in front of the plate. With the bare hand, Burnett guns him out with a good play. So unless the Nats tie it, and this one goes for a while, no cycle for Tyler Colvin today. Celebrate your Independence Day with the Potomac Nationals. Catch the best 4th of July fireworks show in Northern Virginia. Fitzner Stadium, food, fireworks, and fun on the 4th. Strasburg bobblehead giveaway on the 6th. More fireworks on the 7th. PotomacNationals.com to check it out. Will Nieves, bases empty, 2 outs. Their closer, Rafael Betancourt, is warmed and ready for the 9th. The Nats will have some good hitters due up.
Rafael Betancourt makes Michael Gonzalez nervous with all his mannerisms and what he does before every pitch.
He does have 3 blown saves on the year. He looks pretty jumpy out there. 37-year-old closer who got the job done here on Monday night for his 12th save. Sean Burnett has nasty stuff today. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
He's had nasty stuff all year.
And Nieves will lift one to center. Bryce Harper over to get it with a leap at the end and a 1-2-3. So he will lead off the top of the 9th, followed by Zimmerman and Morse in a 1-run game.
10-9 as we go to the top of the ninth. And just like we promised earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Let's go all the way back to the third inning. Ryan Zimmerman in a 3-2 count. Base hit up the middle. Bryce Harper struck out with the bases loaded, 1 out. Scored 2. And a big part of this baseball game. And that's the point where you felt like the Nats were going to get back into this game. And Ryan Zimmerman has a big at-bat coming here in the top of the ninth.
Rafael Betancourt got a save here in a 4-2 game on Monday night, but he gave up base hits to Tyler Moore and Jesus Flores. Did not face any of the batters he will see in this ninth inning. 12 out of 15 in save opportunities, and really, that's the one stat that makes the difference right here. Bryce Harper's never seen him. Ryan Zimmerman is 0 for 2 against him. And Michael Morse is 1 for 4 against this 37-year-old right-hander. A lot of years with Cleveland, 4th year now here with the Rockies. Bryce Harper 1 for 4 RBI, opposite field single, first time up. Actually, 3rd time up. A couple of strikeouts.
And we talked about the other night, ditch the slider this year. He used to have a good one last year. 3-pitch guy, fastball, curveball, change. Doesn't throw the change very often, pretty much fastball, curve. The fastball in the low 90s.
Misses outside, 92.
And Bryce Harper has to think like a leadoff hitter right now. You don't want to take all the aggressiveness out of this at-bat, but you need base runners, and you need him on base.
That's on the corner.
And it looked like Bryce Harper maybe in take a strike mode. Let's see if this was a strike. Close enough.
Harper jacks one to right. See you later. His first home run in 16 days. And it's 10-10 in Colorado. Well, every other pitcher's off the hook today. And this one is back even.
Well, like I said, you'd like to see Bryce Harper's speed on the bases, but in a home run trot, how about that? And it just seems like when he gets into an at-bat, when he waits a couple pitches to fire off a swing, he gets release point, he's making adjustments in his head, and that's when you see the good at-bats. And that was a missile.
8th of the year, 22 RBIs. Look out now. Zimmerman, Morse, and LaRoche, the next 3.
I think his last home run was off the BlackBerry sign. This one off the AT sign. Maybe he can get a BlackBerry and some AT service. Look at this. Absolute rope. They'd probably put a dent in that cement. Wow.
He didn't need the jet stream to right center on that one.
Jonathan Solano, you saw that reaction? Guess what? He called that. You don't see a guy get that pumped on a home run that ties the game unless he told everybody on the bench it was coming. And you feel like you had a part of it. That was a great shot.
0-2 now to Ryan Zimmerman. So the Nats, for the first time in their history, scored 10 runs in 3 consecutive games. The last time it happened was the Montreal Expos in '95. Twice against the Giants, and then once against the Braves. 3 games in a row. 0-2 to Zimmerman. That's a perfect pitch. What are you going to do about that? Outside on the black for the first out.
Let's listen to Bryce Harper's home run. I don't think there's a louder sound in baseball when this guy gets one. I mean, it's just a different sound off his bat. He uses a 35-35. And so all of a sudden a frustrating series for Bryce Harper turns around in one swing.
2 RBIs today. 5 hits in the series. Michael Morse, as mentioned, 1 for 4 career against Betancourt.
I mean, this is crazy. The Nats are turned into an American League team with all these runs and home runs. Who are these guys? This is great.
3 more home runs today, 77 on the year. .92 tailing to the inside corner.
And that was a mistake right there from Betancourt. In a tie baseball game to a power hitter in this ballpark, you don't want to throw anything to the inner half, and he did. He didn't want it there. I think he wanted it away.
Morris with an uppercut swing, not able to get to that. And the count's 1-2. Adam LaRoche with a hit and an RBI today. 2 homers in the series, waiting. And Morris up the middle, sharply, backing up Herrera, bounces the throw, and Todd Helton with those soft hands able to dig it. 2 down.
Not an easy pick for Todd Helton. That was one of those in-between hops. You can't get with it. You're stuck and handcuffed, and you just have to be soft. Nice play by Herrera going up the middle, but going away from the play, flips a little sidearm sinker to Helton, and watch this pick. That is not easy, and it just stuck in his glove.
Yeah, he didn't have time to snap it into the pocket, or else you might not get the call. Held on, 2 outs, and here's LaRoche. Rockies, by the way, 8, 9, and 1 due up in the bottom of the 9th.
Well, you would think, minus the ballpark and the conditions, that Jim Tracy has fired all his big bullets with his setup man and his closer.
Yeah.
And if it's going to get into a bullpen match and a bullpen battle, definite advantage to the Nationals.
And LaRoche takes that off-speed pitch, diving. 1 ball, 1 strike. Changeup, just missing.
Yeah, Nieves wanted it. You saw the body language from the catcher, Will Nieves.
Well, as you've mentioned numerous times, the difference between 2-1 and 1-2, huge for a hitter.
Biggest count in baseball, 1-1.
Adam LaRoche against Betancourt, career 1 for 1. No problem taking that one. And it's a long count of 3-1 with a hot RBI guy itching to bat here in the top of the 9th.
If Tony La Russa has watched half of our games, he's an all-star. Maybe even a third.
Well, we know he likes Ian Desmond to begin with.
Today.
3-1 pitch. And LaRoche in the air to left field. Carlos Gonzalez drifting and drifting with it. And look how close that came to giving the Nats the lead. Bryce Harper cleared the right center field wall by plenty, banging it off the back wall of the bullpen, way over 400 feet. And this one's going bottom 9 all tied. sure Ray still has a couple of flinches here and there, thinking about trying to close out a ball game here when he managed the Reds. So this one's going bottom 10. Bryce Harper moves over to right field. Rick Ankiel is in center for defense, and that's with the game tied. So he will be batting ninth, and the new pitcher Craig Stammen will be batting in the cleanup spot. Michael Morris done for the day. Craig Stammen pitched the 7th inning here. Gave up a couple of hits, but no runs. Struck out the side in the 12-5 win here Tuesday night.
And a 4-pitch guy. 2-seam fastball, low 90s. Slider curve change to go with it. And this is a guy that definitely relies on the slider. He did a nice job of mop-up on Tuesday.
Number 8 hitter is Jonathan Herrera. And then for the pitcher, Betancourt, Jason Giambi on deck. Herrera today 0 for 3 with a walk in the series, 1 for 10. But that one hit was a home run, as he hit one right down the line, batting right-handed here on Tuesday. Stammen jammed him, and he turned on it, and the winning run's aboard for the Rockies. They're going to send Jason Giambi back to the dugout because he's not going to be bunting.
And we saw Pacheco do that last night. Did a nice job.
Yeah, Jordan Pacheco's had a really good series. He has 5 hits, an RBI, and a couple of walks, and can handle the bat, obviously.
Yeah, definitely bunt situation here for Pacheco, and if you're the Nationals, just get it out. Don't try to do too much with the speed of Herrera on first base. A little throw over there from Davey Johnson to see if Pacheco squared.
10-10, bottom of the 9th. Nats trying to get this thing to extras and win 3 out of 4. Fastball is up.
You know a guy's a good bunter when he bunts strikes. Pacheco did a nice job right there on a high fastball, a borderline pitch of pulling the bat back. It tells you 2 things. He knows what he's doing. He has confidence to get into a count. Guys that aren't comfortable bunting will offer at that pitch, pop it up or foul it off.
That pitch didn't look that high, but with Jesus Flores popping up, maybe Mark Carlson doesn't give the Nats the call.
Yeah, good call.
So the count goes to 2-0.
And this is where, if you're Jim Tracy, you got a kid that can handle the bat, and Pacheco, we've seen that. You can change to hit and run right here if you're feeling frisky.
A lot of hitting room right side. Squares early.
And that's exactly why Randy Knorr and Davey Johnson threw over. See what's up.
Deadens it beautifully. Zimmerman has to make a good play just to get the batter on a 1-4 sacrifice. And the Rockies have 2 shots to win the game.
Beautiful bunt right there. You can't do it any better. And just get the bat out in front, set the angle, and catch the ball with your bat like it's a glove. Good play by Ryan Zimmerman. He loves that play on the run. A perfect strike to Danny Espinosa covering. Now, if you're Davey Johnson, you have to decide who you want. You want Dexter Fowler, or you want Marco Scutaro?
Yeah, and if you walk Fowler with first base open, then you're dealing with Carlos Gonzalez later in the inning unless you get a double play. Fowler today 3 for 5 and doubles his last 2 times up. 9 hits in this series. Stammen delivers a fastball, and right now there's no high strike zone.
high strike is the last place you want to be here.
That one is over the plate, and he gets the high call. When this game's over, Nats Extra Post Game presented by WB Mason. Johnny and Ray, I can imagine what Ray's legal pad looks like by now, if it's anything like our score sheets here in Colorado.
Ray's a hitter. He loves it.
He loves to take notes. 30 hits, 20 runs in the game, and a 1-1 pitch coming. Outside.
You don't see many change-ups from Stanton, but you saw one right there in a 1-1 count.
You know, and you talk about this all the time, that breaking ball is his out pitch. How much confidence does he have that that thing can be nasty at altitude?
Well, I honestly think you bounce two right here. You trust your catcher to block it and keep Herrera at second base, and if you walk him, you walk him, and if he offers at it, great.
There's the first one. Do you ever consider making a comeback as a catcher when you hung it up?
No, but we talk about it off the air all the time. It's easy to think along with a pitcher.
When you're up here?
Up in the booth. When you're down in the batter's box, the little man in your head tells you all kinds of crazy things and gets you thinking wrong.
Yeah.
If I could have been this calm and guessed this right as a hitter, I'd still be playing.
3 balls, 1 strike. Fowler offers, took it. The appeal says ball 4. 2 on, 1 out with Marco SCUTARO coming in. Well, the bottom line here is the Nats have battled back from 7-0. All the pressure is on the Rockies to win this game, as Washington just tries to get it to the 10th inning.
Yeah, whatever happens, happens, but you have one team on one side, Davy Johnson's club, that's used to winning these games, and maybe on the other side, not so much. But for Jim Tracy right now, lots of speed on the base pass, a guy that can handle the bat. Also a guy that hits a lot of ground balls, so it'll be interesting to see. Danny Espinosa doing a nice job of keeping Herrera close at second.
SCUTARO with a bouncer up the middle, double play ball. Desmond flies through the air and gets this game into the 10th inning. 3 more double plays today, 4 last night. The pitcher's best friend. Extras coming up. We started a long time ago, 5 in the first, 2 in the second for the Rockies. Nats came battling back, and here we are headed into extra innings. This is like the visiting team that was down 20 at the half and gets the game to overtime, and all the pressure's on the home team. Bryce Harper got it done leading off the 9th.
They were almost down 20. Bryce Harper, the kid, coming through. You like to see Bryce get into a count. Jonathan Solana with the fist pump, telling everybody, I told you he's going deep. High fives all around the dugout. And how about this double play by Ian Desmond? This reminds me of a guy named Omar Vizquel. He used to do this all the time, jump over the runner. And I mean, I don't think you have enough video to put a highlight package together for the plays that Ian Desmond has made this year.
He gets to lead off the 10th inning against Adam Ottavino. This crowd has fallen silent here. Ottavino, 23rd appearance, good ERA. Nats have seen him in this series. He pitched a scoreless 8th last night, retiring Harper, Morse, and striking out Ian Desmond after a walk of Ryan Zimmerman.
Yeah, fastball slider, fastball in the mid-90s. 2 pitches.
Desmond all over it, fouls it straight back 0-2. By the way, the Nats in extra innings this year, 5-4, 0-1 on the road. Rockies 1-2, 1-0 at home. Desmond, Moore, Flores, top of the 10th. Desmond hooks this ball to left. Well hit, at the wall, off the wall. Digging for 2, thinking about 3. He'll put the brakes on as Carlos Gonzalez recovered quickly. And Ian Desmond has his 8th extra base hit of this series. Unbelievable, the 4 games he has had here.
22nd double of the year. Come on. You know what they say, make a great play, win a ball game the next inning when you lead off. And this one almost got out of here. Watch where this hits. Top of the fence, inches away from the Nats taking the lead. And Ian Desmond had thoughts about going to third right there. And you should have saw the Nats dugout when Ian Desmond pulled into second. Everybody on the top step going nuts.
There's the mark.
Look how close.
The walls here at Coors Field, 8 feet all around except for the scoreboard, 14 feet in right. That one less than a foot away from putting Washington on top. So here's Moore with a walk and a base hit, 2 ground balls. And this will be an interesting approach by a big power hitter.
Well, he gets his hands inside the ball nice. This is a perfect at-bat for him. Likes to go the other way, and you see what Ottavino's doing right there. Fastball in, trying to make it hard on him. Look at all the 1s and the 0s.
Moore jammed. He'll fight it off to the right side.
I just think this is a perfect situation of the right man in the right spot. And not so much to drive in the run. If he does that, great. His approach has been good, but he does such a nice job of getting his foot down early, Tyler Moore, and getting his hands inside the baseball. And that's what you want in this situation. Fight that ball to the right side of the diamond to get Ian Desmond to third.
Nasty pitch. Perfect strike for Ottavino. So Ian Desmond keeps getting it done in this series. 9 for 19 with 2 homers, 5 RBIs. And 8 extra base hits. Robbed of another one last time up by Todd Helton. 1-2 pitch now.
Well, they're going outside. They're doing him a favor.
But it's a nasty breaking ball that's got some dip to it. And a huge first out for the Rockies. Flores and Ankiel, the next 2 hitters.
Yeah, pretty good slider right here. You see pitch track, everything up and in. And that one away.
Jesus Flores, a double down the left field line last time up. Kind of an interesting game. The Nats have scored 10 runs today and have stranded only 4 runners. Rockies have scored 10 but stranded 9. Flores had a breaking ball up, couldn't pull the trigger, strike 1. And Ian Desmond doing everything he can to get a big secondary lead. With that in mind, Marco Scutaro within 15 feet of the bag. The second baseman trying to keep him close. Shortstop has to play over. Target in. And with that in mind, SCUTARO stepped toward the bag and Desmond back.
Ian trying to time the delivery and get a good jump. The one thing you know he'll be looking for is a ball in the dirt. Any way to get to third base and advance right here in a one-out scenario.
Now Jesus Flores 0-2. Nationals have been outstanding in this series with runners in scoring position. Hey, nothing bad for the Rockies. 7 hits, you'll take that. But 12 failures, and that's why they've stranded 9 runners. Oh, 2, and Flores will reach to stay alive.
20 runs, 31 hits.
And the 0-2 again. Nice play by Will Nieves.
And if maybe you're tuning in for the first time for this series and you think the broadcasters continuously sound amazed by all the hits and all the runs, it's because we are. I mean,
you have to look back to realize where you've been on this thing, huh?
Oh, it was soccer for a couple of weeks, and now you're seeing a slugfest.
Yeah. One, 2. Nieves jumping inside. Ball out over the plate. Well hit to the left side for Chris Nelson. 2 outs. Not a great pitch by Ottavino. And Jesus Flores able to pull it. And now Rick Ankiel will have only his second plate appearance of this entire series. Already in the game, playing center field. Number 9 hitter here in the top of the 10th.
Will McLaughlin going to go out there and talk to his pitcher. And we talk about this all the time. When you have a bench guy out there, that's something you don't go over maybe before the game in the meeting. And if you did, it was so long ago that you got to have a refresher course on how you're going to work this guy. Got a base open. Go ahead, run on second base. You can be careful right here, but you got a guy on deck who's had a pretty good day in Espinosa with a couple of hits.
The Nats have 2 hits and a sacrifice out of the number 9 hole today. Danny Espinosa 2 for 5 waiting. And the key to facing Ankiel, get ahead and then throw him fastballs up out of the zone. So the first pitch becomes very important, and Ottavino misses way outside.
Rick Ankiel is due for a big hit.
Capable of reaching any part of this ballpark. That's a lot of snap on a breaking ball. Counts even 1-1.
Was that outside, though? Did it come back? See the first pitch way outside.
Yeah, that one not that close. Let's stay out there. 3 consecutive breaking balls, 2-1.
I think Rick Ankiel, a lot like Bryce Harper, the deeper he gets into an at-bat without swinging, the better his at-bats are.
Good call.
There's a kid.
The reason we're still playing. 9th inning homer to tie it. Ankiel got a low fastball, dropped the bat head just a little bit late. Two, they want it up, and that's the pitch that kills Rick Ankiel. The Nats get a leadoff double. They've left 5 today. Bottom of the 10th. Good hitters for the Rockies. to win this game, nearly missing a home run. Greg Stammen out for another inning. This will be tough. Gonzalez, Helton, and Nelson. And if you had a chance to run the Nats, what would you do? Find out. You might enter to win a dinner with Mike Rizzo. Facebook.com/Masson Nationals. You can bring a friend. Masson picks up the check. Enter now through July 1st.
Run that tab up.
You got to toast the broadcast crew with the after dinner first round.
Yeah, with some Cristal.
Here is Carlos Gonzalez. First pitch swinging to Hopper. Danny Espinoza. And that one is like a gift from the baseball gods in the bottom of the 10th.
Big out.
Huge. Helton and Nelson, the next two hitters. And you've talked about this. We've talked about this over the years. Some guys get too aggressive in the extra innings and trying to end everything with one swing. Ross Detweiler will be in Atlanta before the Nats leave Denver. Flying on his own there today. Fastball, a good one for a strike to Todd Helton, who is 0 for 4 with a walk and a run scored. I think Randall Delgado's the only starter for Atlanta the Nats haven't seen in a long, long time. The rest of the staff very familiar. They've lost Brandon Beachy, who was with them the last time the Nats were there.
So Detweiler went ahead of the ball club. They might have to send a plane for him if this game goes any longer.
He's on a plane.
Might have to make a U-turn.
I'm pretty sure he took that big Nats bag with him, and it's over 50 pounds.
I mean, he would be the guy, right, if this game goes long to pitch today?
Line drive, base hit Helton. And the Rockies have the winning run on base again. And for Todd Helton with that hit, 3 for 11 in this series. That'll bring up Chris Nelson.
You got a pinch run for Todd Helton right here, don't you, if you're Jim Tracy?
Well, the guys they have aren't exactly burners. And Jeremy Guthrie, a pitcher, will be the pinch runner. And they could play Giambi at first if they don't win the game here. Big day for Chris Nelson, 3 hits, 2 RBIs.
Jeremy Guthrie, a reliever, pitched last night, pinch running today in an extra inning game.
When they might need him.
Yes, that's the point I'm trying to make.
Interesting, yeah. Well, Giambi's not a pinch runner. Michael Kadire held out of the game today, and their only other available player is the young catcher Rosario.
You just short-suited your bullpen. Obviously, he has a day off, or Jim Tracy wouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
But baseball's a funny game. This thing goes 20. You might need him.
Well, Guthrie pitched 4 innings last night. He was the follow guy. Broken bat. Desmond will run it down. Looks over for a possible double play. He had some ground to cover right there on a ball that was not hit that hard.
Good play by Ian Desmond. What new?
Tyler Colvin now. Remember his last time up, we said the only way he'd get a chance for a cycle is if the Nats tied the game. And he got another shot.
Well, maybe rooting for it a little bit with nobody on scenario. Especially when they were ahead by 1 run, but not right now.
Not now. 2 singles, a triple, a homer today. They want to jam him with the first one. Stammen missed his spot, but grabs the one hopper. And this one is going to the top of the 11th. Top of the order for the Nats in a 10-10 battle. to the 11th. The Nats will have the top of their order in a 10-10 game. The Mid-Atlantic Sports Report returns Friday, 5 to 7 p.m. Tom Davis, Phil Wood, Dave Johnson, Mel Antonin, all your latest Nationals news and headlines. They'll be talking about this one tomorrow and looking ahead prior to Nats Extra to that key 3-game series in Atlanta. The Braves play tonight. The Nats right now 3.5 games ahead of them, 4.5 up on the Mets, who open the series at Dodger Stadium tonight.
The Braves sitting in their clubhouse right now, hoping this game goes 30 innings.
Michael Kadire into the game finally to play first base for the Rockies. Danny Espinosa 2 for 5, single, double, 2 runs. First pitch swinging, pops it right back here. Danny Espinosa in this series, 4 for 19. Got on base 6 times. Just needs some contact. We talk about guys who have the short arm delivery. Adam Ottavino is a long arm delivery. That hand and that ball way back behind that number 37 before he comes forward.
As a hitter, you like that. Gives you time to see the baseball, gives you time to load and get ready to hit.
Breaking ball stays up and away, 2-1.
Those short arm guys out of the stretch, especially if you're a timing guy, a rhythm hitter, they'll rush the ball on top of you. It looks like it's coming out of nowhere. The ball's in the glove before you realize it. Guys like this with a big leg kick and a long arm will give you time to be ready and catch the ball out front.
2-1. Espinosa, big swing. 95, the count's even. And he goes fishing on 2-2. No way to reach that. Third strikeout for Adam Ottavino. Bryce Harper 2 innings ago, leading off the 9th.
And got an off-speed pitch. And it was like he was looking for it. Not fooled a bit, kept his hands back. And if you're Bryce Harper, you tied a game with a home run in the 9th on an off-speed pitch. You can look for a fastball, maybe away right here.
Targets away.
You show that kind of pop on a line drive to right center field for a home run, they're going to make you beat them the other way. And they're going away again.
Great matchup, 95 against a quick young bat.
And funny about that home run, too, that might have been the only pitch he has seen this whole series out over the plate. Everything's been off the plate away, off speed, moving away from a left-hander. And he'll probably see the same thing in Atlanta this weekend.
Target low and away. Counts even 2-2. The Rockies batted around in the first inning, led 5-0. 2 more in the second, led by 7. All Nats since then. That is the nastiest breaking ball we might have seen in this entire series.
Yeah. 86-mile-an-hour slider. Literally at the back knee. Check this out. Almost hits him. Everything away, this one in. Spins him into the ground for strike 3.
It's up to Ryan Zimmerman now in this extra inning. Ryan today 1 for 5, 2-run single that ignited a 5-run third inning rally that got the Nats back into the game before Michael Morse hit a 3-run homer. Chien-Ming Wang pitched here last night. In 1 inning, 2 runs on 3 hits. The only other pitcher the Nats have is Tyler Clippard. And that only happens if they take the lead, at least for now. Gonzalez, Gorzolani, Burnett, Matthews, now Stammen, all have been used. And the pitcher spot is on deck. Good fastball. The Nats don't score here. That opens the door for Craig Stammen to maybe stay in the game. But if Zimmerman gets the inning continued, Mark DeRosa waiting. 1-2 to Ryan, who's had a huge series with 2 homers and 7 RBIs. Breaking ball, he just got to it.
Interesting that Ryan took that 1-1 fastball. That'll tell you he was sitting on a slider in that count.
Nasty breaking ball. How about Adam Ottavino? 6 outs, 5 of them on strikeouts to get this one bottom 11.
The 11th, and tied at 10. Let's check out the All-Star. Today's the last day to vote. Matt Kemp in left field, Beltran in center, Braun in right. And the way I'm looking at that, just soaking it all in, that seems pretty good. Mostly correct.
I like that team to beat the American League again.
Yeah, for a call hitting 283, personally, I would put Ian Desmond in there, but I'm biased.
All right, bottom of the 11th, Will Nieves leads off. Craig Stammen, a 3rd inning of work. Zimmerman making that out keeps Stammen in the game. With his spot due to lead off the 12th. Good running fastball. 1-1. And a ball hit to the right side. Danny Espinosa gets his body behind it. Makes it into a routine play. And Craig Stammen doing a good job of mowing down the Rockies here since he came on in the 9th.
Like I said, Nieves, Herrera in the pitcher spot, due up for the Rockies. My scorecard's a zoo. It really is.
Well, I got about 3 innings left on mine, so Nats have gone 14 this year as their longest game. Jonathan Herrera is 1 for 4 with a walk. Some debris on the field out by the bullpens, and a little pause while that gets picked up. Looks to me like some Rocky fans are tossing napkins onto the field here. Word spreads fast, but little do they know it only works one way.
No.
I think the last time we saw a napkin when they were batting, it was a 1-2-3 inning for the Nats on defense. Herrera drills one left center, and that's trouble. This guy can fly, and Keel needs to be flawless. Picks it up cleanly, hits the cutoff man, and they had to keep him at second base. So the Rockies, a runner in scoring position with 1 out, and Jason Giambi about to pinch hit.
Look at the pitch. Might have been a changeup down the way. Herrera doing a nice job of going to get that. Good play, you called it. He had to be flawless right here. That would have been a triple. And he was thinking about it too.
Now the Nats could walk Giambi. Fowler behind him, tough guy to double up.
Well, he hit into a double play last night, but it was a one-hop seed right at Ian Desmond.
Giambi has never faced Craig Stammen. Now the Rockies have one position player left, and that's Willeen Rosario, their young catcher. That's the left-hander, Matt Reynolds. They have 2 other right-handers remaining after him in a check swing foul. Zach Putnam just called up 2 days ago. And then Guillermo Moscoso, who the Nationals hammered in that game Tuesday night. The other 2 Colorado pitchers remaining. Giambi this year as a pinch hitter, 5 for 14 with a homer and 3 RBIs. Stammen overpowers him, 93 away. Great pitch.
And he's a guy like Todd Helton that keeps his bat in the strike zone for a long time. And I think after seeing that swing, you're going to do him a favor if you try to trick him with a slider. Good fastball, good late life, good run.
And of course, a pitch like that makes him beat you the other way.
He will chase high with 2 strikes.
We'll see if Flores stands up a bit. He will, and then get into a squat to the outside again. And Giambi hangs in. That Atlanta-Arizona game is underway in Georgia. Right now, the Nats 3.5 up on the Braves, 4.5 on the Mets. Craig Stammen's been pretty quick. A hit and a walk in the 9th. Double play took care of that. Base hit last inning. Double this inning.
And if you're in the outfield right now for the Nationals, you have to get to a place where you can throw out the runner at second base.
And Jonathan Herrera, good speed. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Giambi. Takes the breaking ball.
And the fish ain't biting. Of all the guys I ever played with, I think it's a coin toss between Jason Giambi and Barry Bonds for knowledge of the strike zone. Spitting on borderline pitches, swinging at strikes, never really offering at balls.
Two. He barely checked.
A pretty good pitch.
Great pitch.
2-seam fastball. He tried to go front door sinker, and he never goes on a check swing. I've never seen anybody better at holding up, but I thought the pitch was close.
Runner at second, one out, bottom of the 11th in a 10-10 game.
There's like a strong wind that kicked up all of a sudden.
Giambi takes it, and he's aboard with one out. Craig Stammen's second walk. Now Dexter Fowler, who's been on base 4 times today. Christian Friedrich, who started the second game of this series.
Yeah, pitchers, get your cleats on. It's one of those days.
Perfect fastball, outer edge.
Fastball away, changeup away.
Craig Stammen got through his first 2 innings in just 20 pitches today. He's thrown 14 more here in the 11th. And Fowler can't make contact with 92.
A challenge fastball right down the middle. Gets the swing through strike.
And Craig will spin that breaking ball and miss low.
A slider down and away. Actually broke, backed up a little bit. Pitch track said it was a strike, and like I always say, you're never going to get a call when the catcher's glove hits the ground.
2-2 now. On a pitch up. And we usually say this with the bases loaded, but right now, nowhere to put Fowler because the bases would be loaded for Marco SCUTARO, who's a great contact man.
I don't think you need to start the runners right here if you're Jim Tracy. You got a guy with good speed in the batter's box.
They are holding on a ball driven high in the air, left center. Harper after it, or rather Ankiel makes the play. Got to get it back in on a runner tagging, and Rick Ankiel makes a fine play in some swirling wind conditions out there in left center field.
It was funny, about 2-3 minutes ago, all of a sudden the wind picked up coming from right field. It's swirling inside the ballpark, so this ball had tons of hang time. Great range by Rick Ankiel to get this. Dexter Fowler frustrated at contact, but I'm sure surprised how far this ball carried. Even a guy that plays here every day looked a little shocked that that ball got all the way to the wall. Nice play by Rick Ankiel. Lived to fight another hitter.
2 outs now, runners at first and third.
And a guy in the batter's box that knows a little something about walk-off knocks.
Prolonged visit here with SCUTARO. And then, if it continues, Carlos Gonzalez. Looking at SCUTARO's contact numbers on the year. Came into this game hitting .279. He's 2 for 5 today. So he has had 285 official at-bats and struck out 26 times. So he makes contact more than 90% of the time.
don't forget hitting that big double play last time up.
Yeah, that ball was sharply hit. Desmond got it up the middle. And down to second base goes the pinch running pitcher, Christian Friedrich.
I mean, the pitch right here for Stammen to SCUTARO is the slider. But with Herrera on third base, you have to really rely in this situation with the game on the line on Jesus Flores' blocking ability. He's been great all season long.
Yep.
But the chase slider's the pitch.
Two 2-0. SCUTARO took a big time rip on 2-0.
A pretty good hack right there. Anytime a hitter fouls the ball straight back, he's telling everybody he was right on it. And I think Marco SCUTARO was thinking about a 3-run walk-off right there, not a base hit. Watch this swing. 2-0 hack, don't leave anything in the tank.
4 homers this year, 72 in his 10-year career. And another big swing.
And another good pitch from Craig Stammen. Two-seam fastball running all over the hands. SCUTARO being aggressive, got the fastball he was looking for, but he had no idea it was going to move this much. You see that pitch? If you could stop it about halfway, it looked like it was going to be right down the middle, and it just took off.
2 balls and 2 strikes. I'll tell you who's getting a good look at all of this is Carlos Gonzalez. If you drew a straight line back from home plate, he'd be about 15 feet off to the right, way out of the on-deck circle.
I think the fastball ends the pitch again.
Well, if he's going to take swings like that.
They threw him a slider right there, didn't slide, he fouled it off. But he was overmatched on the first 2 fastballs in hitting counts. 2-0 and 2-1.
Two balls and 2 strikes with runners at second and third. 2 outs. Bottom 11. Nasty breaking ball. Did he go? No, says Angel Hernandez.
I didn't think it was close.
Good job of checking the swing. Swing and a drive to right center, and the Rockies win it. (11-10).
That's a guy that knows something about clutch hits. That's why he's been around so long. A good defender. But a guy that most teams will tell you they want him up in the clutch, and he came through right there. Got a 3-2 fastball out over the plate. You saw the first 2 fastballs he swung at were on the inner half. Didn't get to them, got a pitch up. And that's a tough one for the Nats. You play that long, you battle that hard. That's a tough loss to take to Atlanta.
Rockies salvage a split of the 4-game series. And the Rockies will get a rare home win the way they've been going lately. At home, they're now 18-22, 34 hits in the game. And really, considering the length of the game, pretty well played on both sides. But a tough series on pitchers in Coors Field. 4 hours and 16 minutes, and the Nats drop it by a count of 11-10. We're in Atlanta tomorrow night for the opener of a 3-game series. Ross Detweiler goes for the Nats. Nats Extra 7 o'clock. This has been a long Masson presentation. Nats Extra, Johnny and Ray, presented by W.B. Mason, coming right up. And from Colorado, so long for just a while.